meetings, we will begin. Good afternoon. The House Appropriations Committee will come to order for the purpose of executive session and public hearing. We will be going to executive session first. And Madam Counsel, do we have amendments submitted for today's executive session?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. There are 14 bills listed for executive session at today's hearing. Of those, as best as staff knows, 13 are ready to proceed with amendments available in the electronic bill book. The one that is not yet ready is agenda item number 3, Substitute House Bill 1117. They're still working on the proposed substitute for that.
Madam Counsel, so 1117 will be removed from today's executive session.
Yes, that's not ready yet, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, so starting back at the top, Substitute House Bill 1086, Behavioral Health Consumer Advocacy. There's a proposed second substitute in the EBB. This is the version of the bill that was briefed in committee yesterday, but I believe that Messrs. Blake and Toulon are here to provide a brief recap.
Thank you.
Yes, this is Chris Blake, staff of the House Healthcare Committee. Yeah, as Kristen said, the 1086 is the bill that establishes the State Office of the Behavioral Health Consumer Advocacy. And there's a proposed second substitute that shifts many of the policy setting functions to the Department of Commerce, while the contracting advocacy organization is responsible for the operational activities. It also moves back the implementation date by 6 months, and it adds a null and void clause.
And in terms of impact on the fiscal note, that in the EBB, the only impact that we don't have a revised fiscal note, but the impact that I would see is it's likely the FTE request for Commerce would go up. Their current request was for 0.3 FTE in the first year, and then in the first biennium, and then 0.1 FTE on an ongoing basis. I would assume that might go up to at least a full FTE at an annual cost of somewhere roughly around 100,000 a year. So that's what we would expect. Again, that's just a preliminary staff estimate. We're still waiting for an updated note from Commerce.
Thank you. Do members have any questions of our OPR analysts? Thank you both very much.
Mr. Chair, the next agenda item is Substitute House Bill 1099, climate response through updates to comprehensive planning framework. You have 6 amendments in the EBB, and I believe that Rob Hatfield and Dan Jones are here to brief on those.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Rob Hatfield, staff to Energy and Environment Committee. As Kristen said, there are 6 aligned amendments to this bill in your EBB. The first is H-1002.1 by Representative Dye, which would prohibit cities and counties in the context of identifying planning actions to address climate change, would prevent them from identifying any regulation, tax fee, or reporting obligation on the part of transportation service providers, delivery vehicles, or passenger vehicles. Second Amendment, H-1003.1 by Representative Dye, would prohibit cities and counties also in the context of identifying planning actions to address climate change from identifying any action involving a road usage fee or tax, a vehicle miles traveled fee or tax, or an emissions related fee or tax. Next is H-1000.1 by Representative Dye. It would prohibit Department of Commerce from proposing or adopting planning guidelines that would include road usage charges or any fees or surcharges related to vehicle miles traveled. Fourth Amendment in your EBB is H-1001.1 by Representative Dye. It would prohibit Department of Commerce from proposing or adopting any planning guidelines that would direct local governments to regulate or tax transportation service providers, delivery vehicles, or passenger vehicles. Next is Jones 272 by Representative Ormsby. It is a standard null and void clause. And the last amendment on this bill is H-0999.1 by Representative Dye. It would provide that the act may not take effect until the governor's COVID state of emergency is lifted and annual local sales tax revenues have returned to the 3-year average that existed prior to the emergency declaration. And now I will turn it over to Dan.
Dan Jones, committee staff. As far as the possible fiscal impacts for the first 4 amendments, they should not directly change the cost to the state or local governments in the fiscal note, but they would of course restrict the options for certain fees or taxes that cities and counties could consider in their planning work. And so they would have the potential to reduce local revenue in the future. For the last amendment regarding the effective date, the cost of the bill would simply be pushed back if the effective date were delayed.
Thank you.
Are we ready to move to the next bill,
Yes,
Mr. Chair?
are there any questions on those amendments? Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm multitasking unsuccessfully. Any questions of OPR analysts on those amendments? And so yes, Madam Council, we're ready to transition.
Okay, as mentioned, the agenda item number 3, Substitute House Bill 1117 is on hold. Agenda item number 4, Substitute House Bill 1160, Health Provider Contracts. There are 2 amendments that I believe Ms. Weidenar and Ms. Morris are here to brief on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kim Weidenar, staff to Healthcare and Wellness. Substitute House Bill 1160 is the bill that regulates healthcare provider contracts with health carriers. There are 2 amendments. The first amendment is week 007 from Representative Cody. This amendment specifies that for purposes of the Consumer Protection Act, the legislature finds that a violation of this bill is an unfair or deceptive practice in trade or commerce that is an unfair method of competition only for actions that are brought by the Attorney General. The second amendment is week 006 from Representative Schmick. This amendment specifies that a certified critical access hospital is not prohibited from negotiating on behalf of a provider or medical group that the hospital is affiliated with. And now I'll turn it over to Megan.
For the fiscal impacts, week 007 by Representative Cody may have indeterminate but likely minimal, if any, fiscal impact. And week 006 by Representative Schmick may reduce the number of contracts the insurance commissioner needs to review, but the fiscal impact should be minimal.
Thank you. Are there any questions of our analysts? Okay, Madam Council, next bill.
Agenda item number 5, House Bill 1167, Thurston County Superior Court Judges. There are no amendments. Number 6, Substitute House Bill 1168, Long-Term Forest Health. There is an amendment. It is the standard null and void clause. Agenda item number 7, Substitute House Bill 1169, Sentencing Enhancements. There are no amendments. Agenda item number 8, Substitute House Bill 1170, Manufacturing. There are no amendments. Agenda item number 9, Substitute House Bill 1213, Childcare. There are 2 amendments that I believe Ms. Clark is here to brief on.
Thank you.
Yes, the Clark 175, for the record, during Clark Staff Committee. As a reminder, Substitute House Bill 1213, or the First Start for Kids Act, expands childcare and early childhood development programs. Amendment Clark 175, offered by Representative Sen, would require that each board approve, or excuse me, I am on my wrong notes, I apologize. Would make a variety of changes to the program. It would require that the Indian child population be moved up from the 2030-31 school year to the 2026-27 school year. It would also require that the union representative on ELAC be part of the largest union, and would make a variety of other clarifying requirements. And I apologize, I'm just getting up my notes for a second to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Terrific. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Any questions on those amendments?
I'm sorry, Jordan, did you cover the null and void?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. And the second one is a standard null and void clause. I apologize, I missed the second amendment.
Yeah, that's just fine. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, Madam Council, I believe we can go to the next bill.
Okay, next item is number 10, Substitute House Bill 1216, Urban and Community Forestry. There are 2 amendments in the book that Ms. Lewis and Mr. Jones can brief on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Rebecca Lewis, staff to the Rural Development, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Committee. As Kristen mentioned, there are 2 amendments in the books, and this is the bill regarding the Urban and Community Forest Program within DNR. The first amendment is Lewis 011 by Representative Schmick. This amendment removes private lands from the scope of lands that are included in the definition of urban and community forests. The second amendment is John D. 271 by Representative Ormsby, and that's a standard null and void clause.
And I'll just add that I'm reaching out to DNR to confirm, but I'm not expecting any major changes to the fiscal note from the First Amendment.
Excellent. Thank you both. Any questions on those 2 amendments? Terrific. Madam Council?
Okay, agenda item number 11, substitute House Bill 1225, school-based health centers. There are no amendments. Agenda item number 12, House Bill 1259, women and minority businesses. There are 2 amendments, although I believe, is it correct that amendment H053.1 by Representative Ryu is withdrawn?
Yes, I believe so. Representative Ryu?
Actually, we have, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, we have new information, so I would like us to keep it in the books for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Raymond is here and he can brief on both of the amendments to 1259.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Kyle Raymond, staff of the Community and Economic Development Committee. Just as a reminder, House Bill 1259 establishes an audit and review unit within the OMWBE and also makes modifications to requirements related to the small works roster and limited public works processes. There are 2 amendments in the books. The first amendment, RAIM 141, sponsored by Representative Paulette, removes the section that includes the increases in the threshold related to the estimated project costs for state agencies and local governments to use a small works roster and limited public works processes. In addition, it also removes the provision expanding the estimated project cost range under which agencies and local governments may solicit bids from less than the appropriate contractors. The second amendment, Amendment H-0853.1, sponsored by Representative Ryu. This amendment would remove the $300,000 estimated project cost threshold limitation for port districts to be able to use the small works roster process. Instead, the project cost threshold under the bill would apply in that scenario. In addition, the bill adds a qualified women contractor to the contractor's port district managing official must invite for each proposal whenever possible. And last, the amendment provides that the project cost threshold for irrigation districts is equivalent to the small works roster process threshold for state agencies and government. And that's through removing the specified $300,000 small works roster project cost threshold for irrigation districts.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Ryu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kyle, does the information that you forwarded to us just a few minutes ago, based on Representative Paulette's questions yesterday regarding CPARB recommendations, do their recommendations that were adopted, does it conflict with the second amendment that you just briefed?
So it does relate, one of the recommendations does relate to the amendment, the H-0853.1. So the advisory board approved a recommendation, I believe it was last Thursday, to adjust port district and irrigation district small works roster statutes to refer to RCW 3904-155, and the amendment would do that.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any other questions?
Mr. Chair, agenda item number 13, substitute House Bill 1325, children and youth behavioral health. There's one amendment, that's the standard null and void clause. And then the last bill, substitute House Bill 1372, Billy Frank Jr. statute. Is there an amendment to be offered on that one?
Representative Lekanoff, do you have an amendment submitted for Substitute House Bill 1372?
We haven't got the amendment set in. We just dropped it into the EBB, Kristen.
It is available. I'm just confirming that that is intended to be offered.
Oh,
So
I'm
that
sorry.
we should
No, we'd
brief
like
on
to.
it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kristen. No, we'd like to pull it, Mr. Chairman.
Pull the amendment?
Yes,
So-
we'll pull the amendment.
Okay, so Omli 028 on 1372 is withdrawn. That completes the briefing on the amendments, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. We will, the committee will go at ease for the purpose of committee caucus. If folks could click on your caucus link on your calendar, and we will return in 1 hour at 2:45 and see what of the executive agenda list we can get through in caucus in 1 hour. Thank you. We're at ease. Call the Appropriations Committee back to order for the purpose of executive session. For members and those following outside of the virtual committee room, on the executive session list, agenda items number 2, House Bill 1099, and executive session agenda item number 3, 1117, are both removed from today's executive session list. And although the public agenda the agenda for tomorrow's meeting is published, and I believe it is out in public, and though 1099 and 1117 may very well be published on the possible executive session list for tomorrow, but they will not be considered for executive session on tomorrow's list as well. 1099 and 1117 will not be in either of our next 2 executive sessions, but we will begin with agenda item number 1, Substitute House Bill 1086, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that proposed second substitute House Bill 1086 be substituted and the second substitute be reported out due pass.
It has been moved and seconded that second substitute House Bill 1086 be reported out of committee due pass. There are no other amendments. Discussion. Representative Cody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those of us that were on the committee last year, this should look very familiar. It's just a name change. We had the Behavioral Health Ombudsman last year, and this is Consumer Advocacy rather than Behavioral Health Ombudsman. The substitute was some changes made to make sure that we weren't opening up our Pandora's box of contracted individuals being eligible for state pension or considered state employees. So that's what the substitute takes care of. Otherwise, the bill is the same as what moved out of this committee unanimously last year. So I urge your support.
Excellent. Thank you, Representative Cody. Further discussion. Representative Schmick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we agree. We've seen this bill before and urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the motion before us? With your consent, Representative Stokesbury, we will try an expedited roll call vote.
Good.
Thank you. All members wishing to report out second substitute House Bill 1086 from the Appropriations Committee with a due pass recommendation, please signify by stating your name and your aye vote. Or
Both sides.
all members wishing to not report out second substitute House Bill 1086, please signify by stating your name with your no vote. Does any member wish to change their vote? Last call for folks who would like to change their vote. Ms. Carter, will you please announce the tally?
There are 33 aye and 0 nay.
By your vote, second substitute House Bill 1086 is reported out of committee with a due pass recommendation. Again, agenda items number 2 and 3 are off today and tomorrow's executive session list. Agenda item number 4, substitute House Bill 1160, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that substitute House Bill 1160 be reported from committee with a due pass recommendation.
It is moved and seconded that substitute House Bill 1160 be reported out of committee due pass. There are amendments. Representative Cody. Representative Cody, I believe you may need some.
Sorry, forgot about it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the adoption of the amendment week 07.
It's been moved and seconded that the amendment Widener 007 be adopted. Discussion, Representative Cody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was concern raised in the policy committee that we might be adding a new private right of action. We wanted to clarify that it was not the intention of the bill. And so worked with the Attorney General's office to make sure that it was clear that they were the ones that would be bringing any case on this, not the general public. So urge your support.
Thank you. Additional discussion, Representative Schmick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe, Madam Chair, Rep. Cody, that this just takes it back to current law.
Right.
And so we would support this amendment.
Excellent. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those who wish to adopt the amendment Widener 007, please indicate by stating your name and your I vote. Or speak.
Hold your eyes.
All members wishing to not adopt the amendment, please signify by stating your name and your no vote. The amendment is adopted. There are further amendments. Representative Schmick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't have the number, but I do move the amendment.
Thank you. Representative Schmick, has been moved and seconded that the amendment Widener 006 be adopted. Discussion, Representative Schmick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment will exclude critical access hospitals and those, just to remind the folks here, 25 beds or less. Often our really small hospitals do ask the administration to negotiate on their behalf. They don't have the expertise or personnel to do that. And so they ask the hospitals to do that. And this would allow that practice to continue, urge its adoption.
Thank you. Additional discussion, Representative Cody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We agree. This is to allow so that the doc groups in those smaller areas can have the hospital negotiate for them. So we urge your support.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments? Seeing none, all those wishing to adopt the amendment Widener 006, please signify by stating your name and your I vote.
Cody votes aye.
Aye. All those wishing to not adopt the amendment, please signify by stating your name and your no vote. The amendment is adopted. Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the adopted amendments be incorporated into a second substitute House Bill 1160 and that second substitute House Bill be reported out due pass.
It has been moved and seconded that second substitute House Bill 1160 be reported out of committee due pass. Discussion, Representative Cody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we are trying to make sure happens here is that the hospitals cannot, as they do have further mergers and affiliations, that they will not be able to use those mergers in driving up the cost of healthcare. Where our goal is to make sure that healthcare is affordable. So I urge your support.
Thank you. Additional comments, Representative Schmick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the chair of the Healthcare Committee and all the work that we've done, because she's been very willing to work on this. And I've talked to all my small hospitals, and I guess the fear there is that in their minds, this might prove to be an impediment if they do have to sell out to a bigger system. I have 6 hospitals. 5 of them are public financed and 1 is private. And they're worried that the passage of this bill would not allow them to join a bigger system. Now, I happen to agree with Rep. Cody that I'm not certain that the largesse of the systems, they've always told us it's going to lead to lower costs, but we have found that that isn't always the case. And so they're not exactly truthful when these mergers have happened. So that being said, we're going to be very mixed on our side. We've got some people who support and we've got some people that have some concerns. And so that's where we'll be today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Schmick. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Carter, will you please call the roll?
Ormsby.
Ormsby votes aye.
Representative Ormsby, vote aye. Berquist.
Berquist votes no without recommendation.
Representative Berquist, no without recommendation. Gregerson.
Gregerson, aye.
Representative Gregerson, aye. Macri.
Macri votes aye.
Representative Macri, aye. Stokesbury.
Stokesbury votes no, do not pass.
Representative Stokesbury, no, do not pass. Chambers.
First votes no, do not pass.
Representative Chambers, no, do not pass. Corey.
Representative Corey votes no, do not pass.
Representative Corey, no, do not pass. McEwen.
McEwen votes no, do not pass.
Representative McEwen, no, do not pass. Benke.
Representative Benke votes no, do not pass.
Representative Benke, no, do not pass. Caldier.
Caldier votes aye.
Representative Caldier, aye. Chandler.
Representative Chandler votes nay, do not pass.
Representative Chandler, no, do not pass. Chop.
Votes aye.
Representative Chop, aye. Cody.
Cody votes aye.
Representative Cody, aye. Dolan.
Dolan votes aye.
Representative Dolan, aye. Dye.
Representative Dye votes no, do not pass.
Representative Dye, no, do not pass. Fitzgibbon.
Votes aye.
Representative Fitzgibbon, aye. Frame.
Representative Frame votes aye.
Representative Frame, aye. Hanson.
Hanson, aye.
Representative Hanson, aye. Harris.
Nay, without recommendation.
Representative Harris, nay, without recommendation. Hoff.
Hoff votes no, do not pass.
Representative Hoff, no, do not pass. Jacobson.
Jacobson votes no, do not pass.
Representative Jacobson, no, do not pass. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Lekanoff.
Lekanoff votes aye.
Representative Lekanoff, aye. Paulette.
Paulette votes aye.
Representative Paulette votes aye. Rude.
Rude votes no, do not.
Representative Rude, no, do not pass. Ryu.
Ryu votes aye.
Representative Ryu, aye. Schmick.
Schmick votes no, do not pass.
Representative Schmick, no, do not pass. Sen.
Rep. Sen votes aye.
Representative Sen, aye. Springer.
Springer votes no, without recommendation.
Representative Springer, no, without recommendation. Steele.
Representative Steele votes nay, do not pass.
Representative Steele, no, do not pass. Stonier.
Stonier votes aye.
Representative Stonier, aye. Sullivan.
Sullivan votes aye.
Representative Sullivan, aye. Theringer.
Theringer votes aye.
Representative Theringer, aye.
Are there any members that wish to change their vote? Are there any members that wish to change their vote? Ms. Carter, will you please announce the tally?
There are 18 aye, 15 nay.
By your vote, second substitute House Bill 1160 is reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. Agenda item number 5, House Bill 1167, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that House Bill 1167 be reported from committee with a do pass recommendation.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that House Bill 1167 be reported out of committee do pass. There are no amendments. Discussion. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a process for going through to determine whether a county should have more Superior Court judges. Thurston County has gone through that process. It is evidence-based based on caseload and how long it's been. And in this case, it's been quite a long time since Thurston County Superior Court has been expanded. So with that sort of checkpoint cleared, I'm comfortable moving this bill forward and adding another judge to Thurston County Superior Court. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hansen. Further discussion. Representative McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Asking for a yes vote on this. Thurston County is overwhelmed on their docket, combined with the number of state cases they're obligated to adjudicate. So asking for a yes vote. We do have concerns on this side with the process and how we do this overall when it comes to lengthening the bench, so to speak. So there will be some no votes, and but in the meantime, I am asking for a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I think just in the interest of being safe, Ms. Carter, will you please call the roll?
Ormsby.
Ormsby votes aye.
Ormsby votes aye. Berquist.
Votes aye.
Representative Berquist votes aye. Gregerson.
Gregerson votes aye.
Representative Gregerson votes aye. Macri.
Macri votes aye.
Representative Macri vote aye. Stokesbury.
Stokesbury votes no without recommendation.
Representative Stokesbury, no without recommendation. Chambers.
Chambers votes aye.
Representative Chambers, aye. Corey.
Representative Corey votes aye.
Representative Corey, aye. McEwen.
McEwen votes aye.
Representative McEwen, aye. Benke.
Representative Benke votes nay without recommendation.
Representative Benke, nay without recommendation. Caldier.
Caldier votes aye.
Representative Caldier, aye. Chandler.
Representative Chandler votes aye.
Representative Chandler, aye. Chop.
Chop votes aye.
Representative Chop, aye. Cody. Representative Cody.
Sorry, Cody votes aye.
Representative Cody, aye. Dolan.
Dolan votes aye.
Representative Dolan, aye. Dye.
Representative Dye votes aye.
Representative Dye votes aye. Fitzgibbon.
Freeman votes aye.
Representative Fitzgibbon, aye. Frame.
Representative Frame votes aye.
Representative Frame, aye. Hansen.
Hansen, aye.
Representative Hansen, aye. Harris.
Nay without recommendation. Harris.
Representative Harris, nay without recommendation. Hoff.
Hoff votes aye.
Representative Hoff, aye. Jacobson.
Jacobson votes aye.
Representative Jacobson, aye. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Lekanoff.
McCanoff votes aye.
Representative Lekanoff, aye. Paulette.
Paulette votes aye.
Representative Paulette, aye. Rude.
Rude aye.
Representative Rude, aye. Ryu.
Ryu votes aye.
Representative Ryu, aye. Schmick.
Schmick, aye.
Representative Schmick, aye. Sen.
Rep. Sen votes aye.
Representative Sen, aye. Springer.
Springer votes aye.
Representative Springer, aye. Steele.
Representative Steele votes nay without recommendation.
Representative Steele, nay, without recommendation. Stonier.
Stonier votes aye.
Representative Stonier, aye. Sullivan.
Sullivan votes aye.
Representative Sullivan, aye. Theringer.
Theringer votes aye.
Representative Theringer, aye.
Does any member wish to change their votes? If there is any member that would like to change their vote, please say so. Ms. Carter, will you please announce the tally?
There are 29 aye, 4 nay.
By your vote, House Bill 1167 is reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. Agenda item number 6, Substitute House Bill 1168, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Substitute House Bill 1168 be reported from committee with a due pass recommendation.
It has been moved and seconded that Substitute House Bill 1168 be reported out of committee do pass. There are amendments. Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Jones 270.
It has been moved and seconded that the amendment Jones 270 be adopted. This is a standard null and void amendment. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those who wish to adopt the amendment Jones 270, please signify by stating your name and your aye vote.
Votes aye.
All aye.
Any member wishing to not adopt the amendment, please signify by stating your name with your no vote. The amendment is adopted. Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the adopted amendment be incorporated into a second Substitute House Bill 1168 and that second substitute be reported out do pass.
It has been moved and seconded that second Substitute House Bill 1168 be reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. Discussion. Representative Springer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll share with the committee and the public a few of the numbers I shared last night. In the 1990s, 86,000 acres per year burned in Washington state. In the 2000s, 189,000 acres burned per year. In the last 5 years, on average, 489,000 acres have burned per year. And in last year alone, 812,000 acres burned. This is clearly a phenomenon that is not going to fix itself. So it is time for the state to adopt a strategic long-range plan to reduce the incidence of and the effect from wildfire. This plan that we're adopting now does three things. It engages in a long-term activity to create better forest health, that's thinning, selective logging. It gives the department the capability of increasing its capital assets, and particularly in the arena of air support for initial attack, and hires a number of people to train as firefighters and forest workers, creating jobs. I recommend the bill to you. There is one step that will undergo before the bill moves any further than the committee, and that is to develop a long-range funding source for this bill. We are underway in those conversations now. As you might imagine, this is attempting to raise over $125 million per biennium. And so we've got some work to do. I'm confident that we will get there. I recommend the bill today to pass out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Springer. Additional discussion, Representative Dye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I couldn't agree more with Representative Springer. Had we called our session in September after the Labor Day weekend, this bill would have gone without concern of the costs, but alas, it is February. and we are buried in snow from an Arctic event, as is the case every year since I've been in this legislature. You know, I look at this bill and it has been a tremendous amount of work from the agency that has been entrusted with a large amount of timberland in our state that was entrusted 6 months prior to us becoming a state for the purpose of funding school construction. And they take that very seriously. But when you look at land and natural resources, they are a source of wealth. And when Congress appropriated the land specifically to the Western states in order to provide a source of revenue and income, I think they were thinking in terms of the total scope and scale of land management and the purpose of using those resources to provide for their maintenance and care and provide sustainable revenue for those purposes. If that land was managed for a vigorous forest products industry, to reinvigorate our timber towns, and to provide the labor necessary to keep our forests healthy, we would have a win-win. And so I would encourage the members here, I know there will be a very mixed vote, but I would encourage the members here, but more importantly, the agency to come and discuss how maybe we can find a win-win by utilizing those resources to fund both the Healthy Forest and the school construction fund. And so for me, I'm going to be a no until we can have that conversation with the agency. But like I said, I believe that there will be a mixed vote on our side.
Thank you, Representative Dye. Representative Frame.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course. I'm speaking today reluctantly planning to vote no and asking folks to consider the same. With great respect to the good representative from the 45th and the underlying policy. Of course, long-term forest health and suppression of wildfires is incredibly important, not just to central and eastern Washington, but to all of Washington, as those of us on the west side who had the air quality diminished during the wildfires. This is truly a statewide issue. The concern that I have, Mr. Chair, has been alluded to, that this is a bill creating a new account, that the funding source is not yet determined, that has not come through the Finance Committee. And in years past, it has had a funding source. So I have a bit of hesitancy right now because of the price tag associated with it and the lack of a funding source. And so today will be a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Frame. Is there any other discussion? Representative Stokesbury.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be voting yes, and we'll urge others to do the same. You know, I will defer to others like Representative Springer, Representative Kretz, who's not on this committee but was on the policy committee and is a co-sponsor of the bill, our Commissioner of Public Lands and the DNR staff to understand some of the nitty-gritty policy of how we do this. But from a very high level, I'm hard pressed to think of investments in our state, our environment, and our health than what is represented in this policy. This should be one of the core functions of government. With respect to Representative Frame, I'm not concerned that this bill doesn't have a dedicated funding source. We have a $55 billion near general fund, and this is a $128 million program, and I think investing a fraction of 1% of our state's revenue in managing one of our state's iconic and most valuable assets for ourselves and future generations is one of the best investments we can make. And I think managing that asset in a way that not only preserves its value, but also improves the health and quality of the environment and the air we breathe is just all the more reason to enact it. So I am happy that we are not tying this to a unnecessary tax. I am happy that this would be funded out of the general fund or general fund funneled through the account that's created here. So I'm much more pleased with how this bill has ended up this session than it has in the previous 2 sessions. And I am very pleased to be able to support it now.
Thank you. Any additional comments? I would just like to add that I share many of the concerns that have been stated as an Eastern Washington resident with annual smell of smoke in the air. Very sensitive to the wildland fire situation, having the entire town of Malden consumed during this last fire season, I believe in the 9th legislative district, and the devastation that occurred. And I also believe that we will pay for our forest fire, we'll pay for the cost of extinguishing forest fires. I'm concerned about not having the resources to be able to fund an ongoing program, albeit very worthy. So we will pay for our fire suppression efforts, as we always do, through our disaster response account. Without the funding source, I have concerns ongoing. I have always supported this policy when it's been associated with the wherewithal to pay for it. This policy comes to us without that, and I really appreciate the good gentleman from the 45th committing to working on that as this bill moves forward, which I believe it should move forward. I will be a no today in the hopes that we can get that resolved on its way to conclusion. Are there any additional remarks? Seeing none, Ms. Carter, will you please call the roll?
Ormsby.
Ormsby votes nay without recommendation.
Representative Ormsby, nay, without recommendation. Berquist.
Senator Berquist votes aye.
Representative Berquist, aye. Gregerson.
Gregerson, aye.
Representative Gregerson, aye. Macri.
Macri votes aye.
Representative Macri, aye. Stokesbury.
Representative Stokesbury votes aye.
Representative Stokesbury, aye. Chambers.
Chambers votes aye.
Representative Chambers, aye. Corey.
Representative Corey votes aye.
Representative Corey, aye. McEwen.
McEwen votes aye.
Representative McEwen, aye. Benke.
Benke votes aye.
Representative Benke, aye. Caldier.
Caldier votes aye.
Representative Caldier, aye. Chandler.
Representative Chandler votes aye.
Representative Chandler, aye. Chop.
Chop votes aye.
Representative Chop, aye. Cody.
Cody votes aye.
Representative Cody, aye. Dolan.
Dolan votes aye.
Representative Dolan, aye. Dye.
Representative Dye votes no without recommendation.
Representative Dye, no without recommendation. Fitzgibbon.
Votes aye.
Representative Fitzgibbon, aye. Frame.
Representative Frame votes no without recommendation.
Representative Frame, no without recommendation. Hanson.
Hanson, aye.
Representative Hanson, aye. Harris.
Harris, aye.
Representative Harris, aye. Hoff.
Hoff votes aye.
Representative Hoff, aye. Jacobson.
Jacobson votes aye.
Representative Jacobson, aye. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Lekanoff.
McCannell votes aye.
Representative Lekanoff, aye. Paulette.
Paulette votes aye.
Representative Paulette, vote aye. Rude.
Rude aye.
Representative Rude, aye. Ryu.
Ryu votes aye.
Representative Ryu, aye. Schmick.
Nay, without recommendation.
Representative Schmick, nay, without recommendation. Sen.
Rep. Sen votes aye.
Representative Sen, aye. Springer.
Springer votes aye.
Representative Springer, aye. Steele.
Representative Steele votes aye.
Representative Steele, aye. Stonier.
Stonier votes aye.
Representative Stonier, aye. Sullivan.
Sullivan votes aye.
Representative Sullivan, aye. Theringer.
Behringer votes aye.
Representative Theringer, aye.
Do any members wish to change their vote? Are there any members that wish to change their vote? Ms. Carter, will you please announce the tally?
There are 29 aye, 4 nay.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. By your vote, second substitute House Bill 1168 is reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. Agenda item number 7, substitute House Bill 1169, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that substitute House Bill 1169 be reported from committee with a do pass recommendation.
It has been moved and seconded that substitute House Bill 1169 be reported out of committee with the do pass recommendation. There are no amendments. Discussion. Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This bill is a bill that is going to achieve a racial equity issue in our state. It is actually going to reduce sentence enhancements for incarcerated individuals and provide them a petition for resentencing, as well as the court authority to either grant or deny those petitions. We heard it in public safety, both the prosecutors and the defense bar, as well as the Washington State Criminal Sentencing Task Force, agreed on the importance of this bill. And it will potentially save the state tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in unnecessary incarceration costs. Data across the country also says that it has shown no adverse effect on public safety. So strongly recommending a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Additional discussion, Representative McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's some positives in this bill, but from an appropriation standpoint, I have some concerns with the cost incurred by counties on this. Just need a little more time to work that out. And so for those reasons, I'm asking for a no vote on it, but we may be able to get there between now and the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McEwen. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, Ms. Carter, will you please call the roll?
Ormsby.
Ormsby votes aye.
Representative Ormsby, aye. Berquist.
Representative Berquist votes aye.
Representative Berquist, aye. Gregerson.
Gregerson, aye.
Representative Gregerson, aye. Macri.
Macri votes aye.
Representative Macri, aye. Stokesbury.
Stokesbury votes no without recommendation.
Representative Stokesbury, no without recommendation. Chambers.
Chambers votes no without recommendation.
Representative Chambers, no without recommendation. Corey.
Representative Corey votes no without recommendation.
Representative Corey, no without recommendation. McEwen.
McEwen votes no without recommendation.
Representative McEwen, no without recommendation. Banky.
Representative Benke votes nay without recommendation.
Representative Banky, no without recommendation. Caldier.
Caldier votes no, do not pass.
Representative Caldier, no, do not pass. Chandler.
Representative Chandler votes nay without recommendation.
Representative Chandler, vote nay without recommendation. Chop.
Chop votes aye.
Representative Chop, aye. Cody.
Cody votes aye.
Representative Cody, aye. Dolan.
Dolan votes aye.
Representative Dolan, aye. Dye.
Representative Dye votes no, do not pass.
Representative Dye, no, do not pass. Fitzgibbon.
Fitzgibbon votes aye.
Representative Fitzgibbon, aye. Frame.
Representative Frame votes aye.
Representative Frame, aye. Hanson.
Hanson, aye.
Representative Hanson, aye. Harris.
Harris, aye.
Representative Harris, aye. Hoff.
Hoff votes no, do not pass.
Representative Hoff, no, do not pass. Jacobson.
Jacobson votes no without recommendation.
Representative Jacobson, no, without recommendation. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Lekanoff.
Lekanoff votes aye.
Representative Lekanoff, aye. Paulette.
Paulette, aye.
Representative Paulette, aye. Rude.
Rude, no, without recommendation.
Representative Rude, no, without recommendation. Ryu.
Ryu votes aye.
Representative Ryu, aye. Schmick.
Schmick votes no without recommendation.
Representative Schmick, no, without recommendation. Sen.
Sen votes aye.
Representative Sen, aye. Springer.
Springer votes aye.
Representative Springer, aye. Steele.
Representative Steele votes no without recommendation.
Representative Steele, no, without recommendation. Stonier.
Stonier votes aye.
Representative Stonier, aye. Sullivan.
Sullivan votes aye.
Representative Sullivan, aye. Theringer.
Theringer votes aye.
Representative Theringer, aye.
Do any members wish to change their vote?
Mr. Chair, Rep. Rude will be an aye.
Representative Rude, aye.
Thank you. Are there any other members that would like to change their vote? Seeing none, Ms. Carter, will you please announce the tally?
There are 21 aye, 12 nay.
By your vote, Substitute House Bill 1169 is reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. Agenda item number 8, Substitute House Bill 1170, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that substitute House Bill 1170 be reported from committee with a due pass recommendation.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that Substitute House Bill 1170 be reported from committee with a do pass recommendation. There are no amendments. Discussion. Representative Benke.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. Just rehash. It's probably going to be the best bill you'll see this session, including building economic strength through manufacturing. It does grow the tax base with the goals of ultimately getting to double our manufacturing firms, as well as women and minority manufacturers throughout the state of Washington, to increase this to the #1 status. Again, I can't thank the representative from the 32nd and the 10th enough for the support and the help with the stakeholder development on this and the hard work we put together on the amendments to get this work throughout our committee. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Benke. Additional discussion. Representative Ryu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that we can build Washington State's economic strength through manufacturing, and I look forward to its right-sized implementation. I do appreciate that in Community and Economic Development Committee, Ranking Member Benke worked closely with Vice Chair Paul, along with Commerce, to make this bill an excellent bill. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Representative Stokesbury, I'm going to go out on a limb here and suggest that we do a expedited roll call vote. Do you have any objection?
No, I think that's a good suggestion.
Excellent. Will all members wishing to report out the best bill we will hear this year, Substitute House Bill 1170, from committee with a do pass recommendation, please signify with by stating your name with your aye vote.
Representative
Aye.
Aye.
All members wishing to not report out Substitute House Bill 1170, please signify by stating your name and your no vote. Does any member wish to change their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Carter, will you please announce the tally?
There are 33 aye, no nay.
Thank you. By your vote, Substitute House Bill 1170 is reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. Agenda item number 9, 1213, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that substitute House Bill 1213 be reported from committee with a due pass recommendation.
It has been moved and seconded that Substitute House Bill 1213 be reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. There are amendments. Representative Sen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Clash 175.
It has been moved and seconded that the amendment Clark 175 be adopted. Discussion. Representative Sen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment makes some clarifying amendments It adds some language that had been in discussion from our previous committee, hadn't resolved around union representation and just some additional feedback to this very long bill. So I encourage your support for these fine tuning.
Thank you. Are there additional comments? Any additional comments? All those members wishing to adopt the amendment, Clark 175, please signify by stating your name and your I vote. Ormsby votes
Representative Revere votes aye.
Votes aye.
All members wishing to not adopt the amendment, please signify by stating your name and your no vote.
Representative Chandler votes no.
The amendment is adopted. Additional amendments, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment Clark 177.
It has been moved and seconded that the amendment Clark 177 be adopted. This is a standard null and void amendment. All members wishing to adopt the amendment Clark 177, please signify by stating your name with your I vote.
Jacobson.
Representative Revere votes aye.
Dolan votes aye.
All members wishing to not adopt the amendment, please signify by stating your name and your no vote. The amendment is adopted. Being no further amendments, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the adopted amendments be incorporated into a second substitute House Bill 1213 and that second substitute be reported out of committee due pass.
It has been moved and seconded that second substitute House Bill 1213 be reported out of committee with a due pass recommendation. Discussion. Representative Sen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I imagine that every legislator in this committee and in our body has heard from businesses and parents and childcare agencies about the struggles to find childcare and to afford childcare. And that was a problem before the pandemic, and it certainly has been exacerbated since the pandemic. We know that childcare is critical for businesses so that parents can go to work. It's critical for businesses, for families, so the parents can go to work. And it's really important for children to get a fair start. They're ready for kindergarten and don't start kindergarten already behind. And right now, we know in Washington State, 50% of our kids do enter kindergarten not quite ready to learn. So this legislation makes very valuable investments and changes to ensure that we can achieve the economic recovery that we all so desperately need. In the few previous bills that we talked about, whether it was manufacturing or forest health and firefighting or hospitals, we can't have any of that without childcare. And we heard in testimony from the Association of Washington Businesses, we heard from the childcare businesses themselves and the providers, and we heard moving testimony from parents, and that is what we heard at committee as well. So I encourage everyone to vote to support childcare in Washington State.
Thank you, Representative Sen. Additional discussion, Representative McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be voting for this bill. There's a lot of things in here that I do like. I think there's some things that we could do a little bit better, and I think we can continue to move forward in that. But again, there's a number of items in here that are going to be good for my community and my district. There are concerns on our side on overall cost and the implementation of that, and the suggested tie-in to a revenue source that is not in law. And so for those reasons, a number of us will be no, but I am asking for a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McEwen. Are there any other comments? Any additional comments? Ms. Carter, will you please call the roll?
Ormsby.
Ormsby votes aye.
Representative Ormsby, aye. Berquist.
Berquist votes aye.
Representative Berquist, aye. Gregerson.
Gregerson votes aye.
Representative Gregerson, aye. Macri.
Macri votes aye.
Representative Macri, aye. Stokesbury.
Stokesbury votes no, do not pass.
Representative Stokesbury, no, do not pass. Chambers.
Chambers votes no, do not pass.
Representative Chambers, no, do not pass. Corey.
Representative Corey votes aye.
Representative Corey, aye. McEwen.
McEwen votes aye.
Representative McEwen, aye. Benke.
Representative Benke votes aye.
Representative Benke, aye. Caldier.
Caldier votes aye.
Representative Caldier, aye. Chandler.
Chandler votes nay, do not pass.
Representative Chandler, no, do not pass. Chop.
Chop votes aye.
Representative Chop, aye. Cody.
Cody votes aye.
Representative Cody, aye. Dolan. Representative Dolan.
Perhaps we can come back to Representative Dolan, Ms. Carter.
Representative Dye.
Representative Dye votes no, do not pass.
Representative Dye, no, do not pass. Fitzgibbon.
Fitzgibbon votes aye.
Representative Fitzgibbon, aye. Frame.
Representative Frame votes aye.
Representative Frame, aye. Hanson.
Hanson, aye.
Representative Hanson, aye. Harris.
Harris, nay without recommendation.
Representative Harris, nay, without recommendation. Hoff.
No, do not pass.
Representative Hoff, no, do not pass. Jacobson.
Jacobson votes no, do not pass.
Representative Jacobson, no, do not pass. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Lukanov.
Lukanov votes aye.
Representative Lukanov, aye. Paulette.
Let aye.
Representative Paulette, aye. Rude.
Rude, no without recommendation.
Representative Rude, no, without recommendation. Ryu.
Ryu votes aye.
Representative Ryu, aye. Schmick.
No, or Schmick, no, do not pass.
Representative Schmick, no, do not pass. Sen.
Representative Sen votes aye.
Representative Sen, aye. Springer.
Springer votes aye.
Representative Springer, aye. Steele.
Representative Steele votes aye.
Representative Steele, aye. Stonier.
Stonier votes aye.
Representative Stonier, aye. Sullivan.
Sullivan votes aye.
Representative Sullivan, aye. Theringer.
Theringer votes aye.
Representative Theringer, aye. Representative Dolan.
Thank you. Dolan votes aye.
Representative Dolan, aye.
Do any members wish to change their vote? Last call for members wishing to change their vote. Ms. Carter, will you please announce the tally?
There are 24 aye, 9 nay.
By your vote, second substitute House Bill 1213 is reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. Agenda item number 10, 1216, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that substitute House Bill 1216 be reported from committee with a do pass recommendation.
It has been moved and seconded that substitute House Bill 1216 be reported from committee with a do pass recommendation. There are amendments. Representative Schmick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment Lewis 011.
It has been moved and seconded that the amendment Lewis 011 be adopted. Discussion. Representative Schmick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just clarifies that private lands won't be automatically included in the amendment. This was a topic of conversation when in committee, and even though it was intended, it would not affect private lands. This just clarifies it in the bill. Urge its adoption.
Thank you, Representative Schmick. Additional discussion. Representative Springer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Remembering that conversation from the policy committee, but we'll at this point be recommending a no vote. It is entirely conceivable, I think, that as communities, both cities and counties, unincorporated areas, begin to manage the forest land that they have. Some of it may very well be in private hands, and there may be some private landowners who would like to be part of the city's development of an urban forestry program. I can conceive of people who own a bit of forest land that butts right up against a city-owned easement or green space. So to exclude from consideration or cooperation private landowners doesn't make sense at this point. So I would ask for a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Springer. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, will all those wishing to adopt the amendment, Lewis 011, please signify by stating your name and your I vote.
Representative votes aye.
Aye.
Votes aye.
All members wishing to not adopt the amendment, Lewis 011, please signify by stating your name with your no vote. Ormsby votes no.
No.
The noes appear to have it. The amendment is not adopted. There are further amendments. Representative Macri.
Ooh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment Jones 271.
Thank you, Representative Macri. It has been moved and seconded the amendment Jones 271 be adopted. Again, a standard null and void amendment. Will all members wishing to adopt the amendment Jones 271, please signify by stating your name and your I vote.
Jacobson.
Aye.
Chambers, aye.
Those members wishing to not adopt the amendment, please signify by stating your name and your no vote. The amendment is adopted. Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the adopted amendment be incorporated into second substitute House Bill 1216 and that second substitute be reported out do pass.
It has been moved and seconded that second substitute House Bill 1216 be reported out of committee do pass. Discussion. Representative Springer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill before us gives the Department of Natural Resources the authority and directs them to provide assistance to local communities, primarily cities, I would imagine, that may wish to develop an urban forestry plan to help preserve tree canopy, a very important asset to communities. It sets up a evergreen community recognition program for those communities that choose to engage in urban forestry, much like the Tree City designation that cities can get now. It asks DNR to inventory the urban forest opportunities that exist statewide, and then to provide technical assistance and capacity building assistance to those communities that wish to develop a plan to protect their urban forests. So with that, I recommend the bill to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Springer. Additional discussion. Representative Chandler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would urge the committee to delay passing this bill. You know, it was a little over 20 years ago that this legislature promised small forest landowners both funding and technical assistance to help them do something similar to what this bill suggests for communities. And that not a dime has ever been contributed to that. It's been over 20 years. And I believe that I would hate to see communities be misled as our small forest landowners have been. It does not speak to our integrity and our keeping our word that we ignore what we've done in the past and that this time somehow it's going to be different. And so I would recommend a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Chandler. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Carter, will you please call the roll?
Ormsby,
Ormsby votes aye.
Berquist,
Bergquist votes aye.
Representative Berquist, aye. Gregerson,
Gregerson, aye.
Representative Gregerson, aye. Macri,
Macri votes aye.
Representative Macri, aye. Stokesbury,
Stokesbury votes no, do not pass.
Representative Stokesbury, no, do not pass. Chambers,
Chambers votes no, do not pass.
Representative Chambers, no, do not pass. Corey,
Representative Corey votes no, do not pass.
Representative Corey, no, do not pass. McEwen,
McEwen votes no, do not pass.
Representative McEwen, no, do not pass. Benke,
Representative Benke votes no, do not pass.
Representative Benke, no, do not pass. Calder,
Calder votes no, do not pass.
Representative Calder, no, do not pass. Chandler,
Representative Chandler votes no, do not pass.
Representative Chandler, no, do not pass. Chop,
Chop votes aye.
Representative Chop, aye. Cody,
Cody votes aye.
Representative Cody, aye. Dolan,
Dolan votes aye.
Representative Dolan, aye. Dye,
Representative Dye votes no, do not pass.
Representative Dye, no, do not pass. Fitzgibbon,
Votes aye.
Representative Fitzgibbon, aye. Frame,
Representative Frame votes aye.
Representative Frame, aye. Hanson,
Hanson, aye.
Representative Hanson, aye. Harris,
Harris, nay, do not pass.
Representative Harris, nay, do not pass. Hoff,
Votes no, do not pass.
Representative Hoff, no, do not pass. Jacobson,
Jacobson votes no, do not pass.
Representative Jacobson, no, do not pass. Johnson,
Johnson votes aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Lekanoff,
McCanoff votes aye.
Representative Lekanoff, aye. Pollitt,
Paulette votes aye.
Representative Pollitt, aye. Rude,
Rude, no, do not pass.
Representative Rude, no, do not pass. Ryu,
Ryu votes aye.
Representative Ryu, aye. Schmick,
Schmick votes no, do not pass.
Representative Schmick, no, do not pass. Sen,
Sen votes aye.
Representative Sen, aye. Springer,
Springer votes aye.
Representative Springer, aye. Steele,
Representative Steele votes nay, do not pass.
Representative Steele, nay, do not pass. Stonier,
Stonier votes aye.
Representative Stonier, aye. Sullivan,
Sullivan votes aye.
Representative Sullivan, aye. Theringer,
Theringer votes aye.
Representative Theringer, aye.
Do any members wish to change their vote? Are there any members that wish to change their vote? Ms. Carter, will you please announce the tally?
There are 19 aye, 14 nay.
By your vote, second substitute House Bill 1216 is reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. Agenda item 11, 1225, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that substitute House Bill 1225 be reported from committee with a do pass recommendation.
It has been moved and seconded that substitute House Bill 1225 be reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. There are no amendments. Discussion. Representative Stonier.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to bring this bill before you. This bill, as we heard last night, addresses an issue that we know can have a positive impact on educational outcomes for kids across the state. Before the pandemic, learning loss was oftentimes contributed to students not being able to get access to their medical appointments, sometimes taking half or a full day off of school to try and make their way to an appointment. But for the last 30 years, there have been plenty of places all across the state where schools have partnered with healthcare providers to bring that care closer to where students are at their school. Post-COVID, as you know, there will be an onslaught of need for post-traumatic stress and challenges students are currently encountering as a result of not being in school and perhaps not having access to healthcare. So we believe that school-based health centers is one way to bring that care closer to students. Over the interim, as also you heard last night, there was a considerable amount of stakeholder work done to identify what the barriers are. And sometimes those barriers are directly related to not necessarily having the resources to start up a center or even to determine whether or not a center is a good fit for a community. This bill helps to solve those problems, and I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Stonier. Additional discussion, Representative Schmick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with the kind lady. This bill does do that. It establishes an office in the Department of Health. There is local control over what procedures and what's going to be done in that clinic at the school. I'm going to vote no, and I'm explaining the reason why I'm voting no today is that we've struggled over the years to get enough money into the school system. And I just think this is just another, as good a program as it is, and I'm not going to argue the merits of it, it's just something that we should ask is, should this state be investing money in this rather than money in the classroom itself? And so I question that. And so that's part of the reason why I'm going to vote for this. The other part is that this is fine and good, probably for the big school districts, but the small school districts, this will never happen. And so there's a question about equity and that happening. And so for those two reasons, I'm going to vote no, but I think we'll be very mixed on our side of the aisle. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me a chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Schmick. Are there any additional comments? Any other comments? Ms. Carter, will you please call the roll?
Ormsby.
Ormsby votes aye.
Representative Ormsby, aye. Berquist.
Representative Berquist votes aye.
Representative Berquist, aye. Gregerson.
Gregerson votes aye.
Representative Gregerson, aye. Macri.
Macri votes aye.
Representative Macri, aye. Stokesbury.
Stokesbury votes no without recommendation.
Representative Stokesbury, no, without recommendation. Chambers.
Representative Chambers votes no without recommendation.
Representative Chambers, no, without recommendation. Corey.
Representative Corey votes no, do not pass.
Representative Corey, no, do not pass. McEwen.
Please excuse Representative McEwen.
Representative McEwen excused. Benke.
Representative Benke votes no without recommendation.
Representative Benke, no, without recommendation. Caldier.
Caldier votes no without recommendation.
Representative Caldier, no, without recommendation. Chandler.
Representative Chandler votes no, do not pass.
Representative Chandler, no, do not pass. Chop.
Chop votes aye.
Representative Chop, aye. Cody.
Cody votes aye.
Representative Cody, aye. Dolan.
Dolan votes aye.
Representative Dolan, aye. Dye.
Representative Dye, no, without recommendation.
Representative Dye, no, without recommendation. Fitzgibbon.
Fitzgibbon votes aye.
Representative Fitzgibbon, aye. Frame.
Representative Frame votes aye.
Representative Frame, aye. Hanson.
Hanson, aye.
Representative Hanson, aye. Harris.
Harris votes aye.
Representative Harris, aye. Hoff.
Hoff votes no without recommendation.
Representative Hoff, no, without recommendation. Jacobson.
Jacobson votes no without recommendation.
Representative Jacobson, no, without recommendation. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Lakanov,
Lakanov votes aye.
Representative Lakanov, aye. Paulette,
Rep. Paulette votes aye.
Representative Paulette, aye. Rude,
Reed votes aye.
Representative Rude, aye. Ryu,
Ryu votes aye.
Representative Ryu, aye. Schmick,
Schmick votes no, do not pass.
Representative Schmick, no, do not pass. Sen,
Rep. Sen votes aye.
Representative Sen, aye. Springer,
Springer votes aye.
Representative Springer, aye. Steele,
Representative Steele votes nay without recommendation.
Representative Steele, no, without recommendation. Stonier,
Stonier votes aye.
Representative Stonier, aye. Sullivan,
Sullivan votes aye.
Representative Sullivan, aye. Theringer,
Behringer votes aye.
Representative Theringer, aye.
Are there any members who wish to change their vote? Do any members wish to change their vote? Seeing none, Ms. Carter, will you please announce the tally?
There are 21 aye, 11 nay, 1 excused.
By your vote, substitute House Bill 1225 is reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. Agenda item 1259, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that House Bill 1259 be reported from committee with a do pass recommendation.
It has been moved and seconded that House Bill 1259 be reported out of committee do pass. There are amendments. Representative Ryu?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw Amendment H 0853.1.
Amendment H 0853.1 has been withdrawn. There are additional amendments. Representative Paulette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Raymond 141.
It has been moved and seconded that the amendment Raymond 141 be adopted. Discussion, Representative Paulette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This committee, the Appropriations Committee, is funded in the budget for the current fiscal year a extensive review of procurement policies by the Capital Projects Advisory Review Board and Department of Enterprise Services. That report is just being finalized, and it has numerous recommendations about revising and unifying the procurement levels. I expect that we'll have it and be able to act on it next year. So asking for support for this to remove the section that would, in a piecemeal fashion, raise some of those procurement levels in the underlying bill.
Thank you, Representative Paulette. Additional discussion, Representative Banky.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. We agree. Pretty easy, kind of clarifying amendment. Ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all members wishing to adopt the amendment Raymond 141 by Representative Paulette, please signify by stating your name and your aye vote. All members wishing to not adopt the amendment, please signify by stating your name and your no vote. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments. Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the adopted amendment be incorporated into a substitute House Bill 1259 and that the substitute be reported out do pass.
It has been moved and seconded that substitute House Bill 1259 be reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. Discussion. Representative Ryu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With this bill, we are increasing accountability within the Office of Minority and Women's Business Enterprises for certification of and contract with minority and women-owned businesses. We are also moving the authority to investigate and enforce compliance with minority and women-owned businesses contract requirements to WIMBY so that we do not jeopardize federally funded projects contracting requirements in the execution of public contracts. So please vote yes.
Thank you. Additional discussion, Representative Banky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree. I'm asking for a yes vote today, but we're going to be a little mixed. There are concerns about not hearing from the AG's office during testimony about some of the impacts of this shift, moving the management over to OMWBE, but we highly encourage everybody to do as much as we possibly can throughout the state for anything we could do with minority and women-owned businesses, enterprises, and increasing the opportunities throughout our state. So ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Banky. Any additional remarks? Seeing none, Ms. Carter, will you please call the roll?
Ormsby.
Ormsby votes aye.
Representative Ormsby, aye. Berquist.
Senator Berquist votes aye.
Representative Berquist, aye. Gregerson.
Gregerson votes aye.
Representative Gregerson, aye. Macri.
Macri votes aye.
Representative Macri, aye. Stokesbury.
Stokesbury votes no with that recommendation.
Representative Stokesbury, no, without recommendation. Chambers.
Chambers, no, without recommendation.
Representative Chambers, no, without recommendation. Corey.
Representative Corey votes no without recommendation.
Representative Corey, no, without recommendation. McEwen.
Representative, please excuse Representative McEwen.
Representative McEwen excused. Banky.
Votes aye.
Representative Banky, aye. Caldier.
Caldier votes no without recommendation.
Caldier votes no without recommendation. Chandler.
Chandler votes no without recommendation.
Representative Chandler, no without recommendation. Chop.
Chop votes aye.
Representative Chop votes aye. Cody.
Cody votes aye.
Representative Cody, aye. Dolan.
Dolan votes aye.
Representative Dolan, aye. Dye.
Representative Dye votes no without recommendation.
Representative Dye votes no without recommendation. Fitzgibbon.
Gibbon votes aye.
Representative Fitzgibbon, aye. Frame.
Representative Frame votes aye.
Representative Frame, aye. Hanson.
Hanson, aye.
Representative Hanson, aye. Harris.
Harris votes aye.
Representative Harris, aye. Hoff.
Hoff votes no without recommendation.
Representative Hoff, no without recommendation. Jacobson.
Jacobson votes no without recommendation.
Jacobson, no without recommendation. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Representative Johnson, aye. Lekanoff.
Lekanoff votes aye.
Representative Lekanoff, aye. Paulette.
Paulette, aye.
Representative Tollett, aye. Rude.
Rude, no without recommendation.
Representative Rude, no without recommendation. Ryu.
Ryu votes aye.
Representative Ryu, aye. Schmick. Representative Schmick.
Can we come back to Representative Schmick, Ms. Carter?
Yes. Sen.
Sen votes aye.
Representative Sen, aye. Springer.
Springer votes aye.
Representative Springer, aye. Steele.
Representative Steele votes aye.
Representative Steele, aye. Stonier.
Stonier votes aye.
Representative Stonier, aye. Sullivan.
There it is.
Sullivan votes aye.
Representative Sullivan, aye. Theringer.
Theringer votes aye.
Representative Theringer, aye. Representative Schmick,
Thank you. Schmick votes no, do not pass. Blame that one on the space bar.
Representative Schmick votes no, do not pass.
I'm afraid to ask Representative Schmick what the space bar is. Does any member wish to change their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Carter, will you please announce the tally?
There are 22 aye, 10 nay, 1 excused.
By your vote, Substitute House Bill 1259 is reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. And for the members and staff and the public's information, at the conclusion of executive session, we'll be taking a 10-minute break as we are into the 4th hour of this hearing. Agenda item number 13, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that substitute House Bill 1325 be reported from committee with a due pass recommendation.
It has been moved and seconded that substitute House Bill 1325 be reported out of committee with a due pass recommendation. There are amendments. Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move adoption of Amendment Bunk 235.
It has been moved and seconded that the amendment Bunch 235 be adopted. This is a standard null and void amendment to be added to the bill. Will all members wishing to adopt the amendment please signify by stating your name and your aye vote?
Representative
Jacobson votes aye.
Calder, aye.
Members wishing to not adopt the amendment, please signify by stating your name and your no vote. The amendment is adopted. Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the adopted amendment be incorporated into a second substitute House Bill 1325 and that the second substitute be reported out due pass.
It has been moved and seconded that second substitute House Bill 1325 be reported out of committee with a due pass recommendation. Discussion. Representative Sen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At normal times, we need behavioral health, and a lot of times what we really need is assistance finding a mental health provider. This legislation renews the referral assistance line among a few other related items, and they come out of the Children's Mental Health Work Group, or now the Children and Youth Mental Health Work Group. And I urge your strong support, making sure that we can help families find the help that they need.
Thank you, Representative Sen, and for the name change. I wasn't aware of the name change of the group, so thank you for that information. Representative Schmick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we agree it's a good program to help people get the help that they need. And for the chair's knowledge, the space bar in Zoom, oftentimes you can just hit the space bar and that automatically opens your mute without having to hit the mute button.
Understood. I thought it was a Star Wars reference, Representative Schmick. My mistake. Are there any additional comments? With your consent, Representative Stokes. Oh, Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a different space bar issue apparently today. Yeah, I am also asking for a yes vote on this important policy. We think it's a good direction for the state to be headed, and we urge a yes vote as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Corey. Any additional comments? Representative Stokesbury, with your consent, we will try an expedited roll call vote on 1325.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Thank you. Will all members wishing to report out second substitute House Bill 1325 from committee with a due pass recommendation, please signify by stating your name and your aye vote.
Cody votes aye.
Aye.
Paulette, aye.
All members wishing to not report out second substitute House Bill 1325 from committee, please signify by stating your name and your no vote.
Jacobson votes no without recommendation.
Jacobson, no, without recommendation.
Does any member wish to change their vote?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Stokesbury is no without recommendation.
Thank you, Representative Stokesbury.
Recommendation. Representative Stokesbury, no, without recommendation.
Harris, no, without recommendation.
That was Harris?
Correct, Ms. Carter.
Correct.
Okay.
Harris.
Representative Harris, no, without recommendation.
Do any other members wish to change their vote? Ms. Carter, will you please announce the tally?
There are 30 aye, 3 nay.
By your vote, second substitute House Bill 1325 is reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. Our final bill on the executive session list, agenda item 14, and just as a reminder, we'll be taking a 10-minute break at the conclusion of executive session. Representative Macri.
Mr. Chair, I move that substitute House Bill 1372 be reported from committee with a due pass recommendation.
It has been moved and seconded that substitute House Bill 1372 be reported from committee with a due pass recommendation. There are amendments. Representative Lekanoff.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw Amendment Omley 028.
The amendment Omley 028 has been withdrawn. There are no other amendments. Discussion on substitute House Bill 1372. Representative Lekanoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we heard from the bill yesterday, it has been an incredible honor to work on both sides of the aisle to bring home a man who's been part of Washington's rich history and to stand him up and to celebrate Marcus Whitman in the way that he was honored in the halls of Washington State. It's an honor to collaborate in both chambers and again, both aisles and with citizens and stakeholders to say, let's bring a man forward. Billy Frank Jr. has been a rich part of our history for all people. He has been a rich part of our history in bringing people together, and he's been a rich part of our history and being able to rise up the next generation to work towards those important values of Washington State, which is our natural resources, our salmon, and building strong economies that really reflect where we want to be in the next generation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I hope you'll vote yes.
Thank you, Representative Lekanoff. Additional discussion, Representative Ruud.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seemed appropriate that I would speak on this since the Whitman mission is located in the 16th Legislative District. I'm going to be a no without recommendation today. I may be the only no on our side. I have fond memories growing up and spending time in the Whitman mission. I do believe that it's been about 70 years since that statue was placed in Statuary Hall, and that's probably plenty of time. There are many distinguished Washingtonians. I think Billy Frank Jr. there's probably nobody better suited to represent the state. But I also think that some kind of a schedule or rotation is what I would prefer to see. This is only addressing one of our two statues, and the other one has been there almost as long. So that's why I'm a little bit reluctant today. Marcus Whitman is kind of like a founding father to the Walla Walla area too. So I think there's more conversation to be had, but I'm going to be a no, and I think most of us are going to be a yes over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Ruud. Is there any further discussion? Is there any further comments? Thank you. We will try an expedited roll call vote, and we may end up doing a regular roll call vote, but we will try. Will all members wishing to report out substitute House Bill 1372 from the Appropriations Committee with a due pass recommendation, please signify by stating your name and your aye vote.
Bodie votes aye.
Your aye.
Aye. He votes aye.
Will all members wishing to not report out substitute House Bill 1372 from committee with a due pass recommendation, please signify by stating your name and your no vote.
Ruud votes no without recommendation.
No.
Representative
I have-
Root votes no.
Without recommendation.
That recommendation.
Representative Chandler votes do not pass.
Representative Chandler votes no, do not pass.
Representative Corey votes no without recommendation.
Representative Corey votes no without recommendation.
And Representative Benke votes no without recommendation.
Representative Benke votes no without recommendation.
Does any member wish to change their vote? Are there any members that wish to change their vote? Ms. Carter, will you please announce the tally?
There are 29 aye, 4 nay.
By your vote, Substitute House Bill 1372 is reported out of committee with a do pass recommendation. We will be taking a 10-minute break at this point. So if folks take this opportunity, please, to stretch, hydrate, get nutrition, whatever you need to do, and please return at 5 minutes before 4:55. Thank you. The committee is at ease. Okay. We are now back on the public hearing portion of today's agenda. We'll begin with Substitute House Bill 1073 and with a staff report from Ms. Clark and Ms. Smith, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lily Smith, staff to the Labor and Workplace Standards Committee. Substitute House Bill 1073 deals with eligibility under Paid Family and Medical Leave, or PFML. As brief background, an employee must have worked 820 hours in the past year in order to qualify for PFML, which is the insurance program through ESD that provides paid leave for serious medical conditions of an employee's, their family member, or for new child bonding. The bill before you would provide alternate eligibility for claims between January 1st, 2021 and June 30th, 2022 for those employees that do not meet the existing hours worked threshold in 2020 or the first calendar quarter of 2021. These employees would be able to rely on the same number of hours worked in 2 alternate qualifying periods going back to 2019. If they do not have enough previous hours worked in that timeframe, they can qualify through hours worked in the first quarter of 2020 if they were essentially full-time for that period. The alternate thresholds are not available for those separated for misconduct or voluntarily for reasons unrelated to the pandemic. The bill also broadens the definition of family member to include housemates or relationships with expectations of and dependency on the employee for care. That's the policy part, so I will turn it to Jordan now.
Thanks, Lily. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Jordan Clark, staff to this committee. There is a fiscal note in your EVB for the substitute House bill. As background, all changes to the PFML program are typically funded through the PFML fund, which receives revenue from premiums. The fund receives, the department assumes that the eligibility pool for January 2021 through June 2022 would rise by 386,000 people, which would translate to about 42,000 additional applications to the department using previous data. In total, they estimate approximately $195.5 million in additional payments over the course of fiscal year 22 and 23. If a separate fund source is not used, the department would increase the PFML premium from 0.5% to 0.6% in 2022 in order to pay for the additional benefits. The bill does include a null and void clause. In addition to the benefits side of the bill, ESD assumes one-time costs of $9.3 million during the 21-23 biennium for additional staff and contractor costs. The department assumes a one-time need for 75 additional FTEs in fiscal year 22, ramping down to 13 FTEs in fiscal year 23, most of which will support the customer care team as it will take longer to process applications with the new qualifying periods. ESD will also require IT staff time, and IT contract costs are estimated to be about $1.12 million to make changes to the current system. The Office of the Attorney General assumes a one-time cost of approximately $120,000 in fiscal year 22 to advise ESD and to support the department with administrative appeals. The Office of Administrative Hearings assumes one-time costs of $19,000 in fiscal year 22 for an assumed minor increase in appeals referred to the office during that year. And with that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you both very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Smith or Ms. Clark? Representative Hoff? Mr. Representative Hoff, we can't hear you just yet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for Jordan regarding the fiscal note. The cash receipts, the intent of the bill suggests that the temporary change to the qualifying period isn't to be charged to the particular employers. Help me understand the volume of the cash receipts. Is that simply because of the expanded family definition?
Yeah, that's just an example of what would happen if for some reason the intent wasn't followed through and there wasn't another fund source that were to pay for this. If there weren't a fund source, then as are all of the different policies in the paid family medical leave program, it would be paid for with premiums in order to increase based on the benefits paid out. If there is another fund source, which the intent section assumes that there would be, then the premiums would not change for any employers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Representative Huff. Are there any other questions for our policy or fiscal analysts at the Office of Program Research? Seeing none, thank you both very much. We will now go to public testimony, and just as a reminder, as we have approximately 90 folks signed up to provide testimony, we'll be needing to limit public testimony to 60 seconds or 1 minute per individual. We do not relish that time constraint, but only just in the interest of getting through all the bills during fiscal cutoff and being able to hear from everyone that is signed up to testify. Public testimony will be limited to 1 minute each. Representative Bergquist, who will be our air traffic controller on testimony today. Representative Bergquist, can you call folks forward for 1073?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to call up Marilyn Watkins, Laura Beal, Tammy Hetrick, and Robert Battles, please.
Good afternoon and welcome. With your prompt, Representative Bergquist, because you're technologically savvy, you might be able to see who is in our room.
Marilyn Watkins available?
Yes, good evening. I'm Marilyn Watkins of the Economic Opportunity Institute in support of 1073. This bill provides targeted relief and stimulus that will help us recover from COVID. ESD estimates that look back to prior work history will allow up to 42,000 additional workers to receive paid family and medical leave benefits they'd otherwise be denied because of work loss during the pandemic. That's $200 million straight into the checking accounts of working families who need that money desperately, money they'll turn around and spend in local businesses. We know that women and workers of color have been hurt most by COVID shutdowns and will benefit most from this change. That expansion of the family definition has a tiny impact on the fund, but a huge impact on those people who need it. It might be an aunt, a domestic partner who's unmarried, or a close friend who's suffered abuse from their biological family who needs that care. The launch of this program was a bright spot of 2020. People still have babies, still get strokes, still get cancer. This is a great program, and this modest change will help it make work even better and help us get through these tough times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Laura?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing this bill today. My name is Laura Beal, and I strongly support House Bill 1073. I've had the great fortune of being an end-of-life caretaker 3 times in my life. My friend, a single mother of 3, lost her youngest at 10 months old to cystic fibrosis. I was with both of them at the end of his young life. I spent countless hours between Children's Hospital and her home caring for her other 2 children. In 2002, one of my closest friends was diagnosed with AIDS. At that time, I lived with two good friends that were like family to me. The three of us moved him into our home, and we had 2 great years with him before he got really sick. He asked us if we would take him through his end of life. We did. He didn't want to go home and be the stepbrother dying of AIDS. We were his home. We were his family. And then in 2012, I met and married my husband 4 months later. His mother's breast cancer had metastasized to her brain. While she was in the hospital, her husband died of a massive heart attack. We moved her in with us and got to have her for 5 amazing months before her death in February 2013. And while I would have been able to take leave to care for my mother-in-law under the current law, my job would not have been protected, and I do not know if it would have been possible to risk our livelihood at the same time as we were dealing with the costs associated with the intensive care.
Can I ask you to conclude, Ms. Beal?
We have a chance right now to keep people out of poverty and in their homes. And in all of these experiences, I was family, and these people, I wanted to make sure each of these people died with love and dignity in the process of their death. So this is a really important bill to me, and the additive of family being people other than blood relatives is really important. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy?
Good afternoon, members of the House Appropriations Committee. I'm Tammy Hetrick, President and CEO for the Washington Food Industry Association. I also serve as a business representative on the Paid Family Leave Advisory Committee. So I'm here testifying in opposition to House Bill 1073. I want to express, though, that I really support the modification of hours on the emergent basis to allow these employees that were impacted by the health crisis that we're having to be eligible for those benefits. My concern is the impact of changing the definition of family. This was a finely negotiated plan that we've put together. I'm very proud of what we've developed, but I'm not sure that fiscal note has really implemented or put together how this may impact that fund. And I think that we should do additional work on that and really look into it, because it does not end. It continues on. And so that is a change that we will continue to have. So I'll let Bob Battles also address some of the details, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hetrick.
Bob Battles, Association of Washington Business. Here in opposition of Senate or Substitute House Bill 1073. We do appreciate the changes that the sponsor did on this bill, but we have concerns with some of the underlying situation here. This bill was not vetted through the Paid Family Medical Leave Committee. It was, which is something that I serve on, and I was part of the original negotiation team along with Tammy in this bill. So it didn't follow those procedures. In addition, because of the fiscal note, we look at this and we talk about 44 new FTEs to implement something that's supposed to be temporary. We talk about the previous fiscal note is 144. A parallel bill over in the Senate that is similar has a fiscal note that requires 3 FTEs from the department. So we're confused a little bit about what this really is, and that's part of it comes from not being able to vet this completely through the process. While we do applaud and try to address those concerns that Tammy said about the hours, we have concerns with the change in the definition and the fact that these fiscal notes do not seem to make sense at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Berquist?
And that's everybody on this bill, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Representative Berquist. And to the public that provided testimony, that will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1073. We'll now go to a staff briefing on Substitute House Bill 1076 with Ms. Tsao and Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Lily Smith, staff to the Labor and Workplace Standards Committee. Substitute House Bill 1076 creates a cause of action for an individual to enforce various employment laws on behalf of the state. This is called a qui tam action. The person bringing it, known as a relator, is enforcing a law as the state could. Many of you will recognize this bill as very similar to Substitute House Bill 1965, which this committee heard and passed in 2019. Substitute House Bill 1076 allows a relator to enforce the Wage Payment Act, health and safety laws, and laws against discrimination, among other employment laws which are listed in the bill analysis. The relator in a key TAM action can seek any relief the agency could have sought and is subject to the same limitations and conditions. The agency for most of these laws would be LNI, and for those related to discrimination, it would be the Human Rights Commission. There are various restrictions on bringing a key TAM action. One can't be brought if the agency has resolved the alleged violation. A relator generally must be somebody against whom the alleged violation was committed, a whistleblower, or an entity on their behalf. The process for bringing a key TAM action includes notice to the agency and timing limitations, and there are various points at which the agency or the Attorney General may become involved. The agency can intervene before the action proceeds to investigate and settle the issue, or after the action begins and take over the litigation from the relator. Any penalties awarded in a key TAM action are distributed between the relator and the agency depending on whether the agency did intervene, either as a 40-60 or a 20-80 split. And then the percentage to the relator is further distributed to the aggrieved parties, with the relator retaining a service fee. Any damages awarded would be distributed to the aggrieved employees. Key TAM actions are public actions. They cannot be impaired by a private agreement, and they do not preclude a private action, but any recoveries to the same employee must be offset. Retaliation for involvement in a key TAM action is prohibited with remedies specified. That concludes the policy part, so I'll now turn it to Heidi.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Heidi Tsao, staff to the committee. A preliminary fiscal note on House Bill 1076 is available on the EBB. A fiscal note on the substitute House bill is in process. Substitute House Bill 1076 increases the operating expenditures at LNI and the Human Rights Commission, and respectively increases expenditures to the Worker Protection Act account created in this bill, as well as to the general fund state. LNI estimates that the passage of this bill will result in 800 notices being filed in areas that will impact the agency. This is based on analysis of the number of filings in California under similar legislation, adjusted for population differences. It is assumed that LNI requires additional 13 FTEs, 6.6 million in the 21-23 biennium, and 4.7 million in subsequent biennia to be expensed from the non-appropriated Worker Protection Act account to implement this bill. A total of 1.6 million is also needed in the first 21-23 biennium for all IT changes at the agency. In terms of expenditures at the Human Rights Commission, this bill would allow persons to bring a key TAM action in court against employers for violations of the Washington state law against discrimination, which the commission enforces by investigating cases of discrimination in areas of employment, public accommodation, housing, credit, and insurance. Currently, the commission has no structure in place to review such notices and would require 2 FTEs and $426,000 of general fund state in the 21-23 biennium and $414,000 in subsequent biennia. There are additional costs at the Office of Attorney General in terms of 5.7 FTEs each fiscal year and 1.4 million billed through the legal services revolving account to the client agency LNI, starting from the 21-23 biennium and ongoing. There will also be non-zero but indeterminate cash receipts to the Office of State Treasurer, Human Rights Commission, and LNI. And this concludes our remarks.
Thank you both very much. Are there any questions for our policy and fiscal analysts, Ms. Smith and Ms. Tsao? Again, thank you both very much for the briefing. Representative Hanson, I'd like to invite you to make very brief remarks on Substitute House Bill 1076.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill uses the key TAM or whistleblower device that the state already uses for Medicaid fraud and applies it to workers so they can enforce laws directly. Appreciate hearing the bill.
Thank you. We will now go to public testimony on Substitute House Bill 1076. Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cameron Clore Zavaleta, Julia Gorton, Lisa Thatcher, Christine Brewer, and our second group up, Larry Shannon, Xenia Javalera, Catherine Holm, Robert Battles, and Jim King, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cameron, whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Cameron Clore Zavaleta, and I'm the Associate General Counsel for Washington-based Alaska Airlines. I'm here to express our strong opposition to Substitute House Bill 1076 based on our experience with a similar law in California called the Private Attorneys General Act, or PAGA. Our workforce is highly unionized, and our employees, particularly pilots and flight attendants, work in an environment that is very different than most employees in Washington state. They are paid and scheduled in a way that is unique to the airline environment, working under pervasive federal regulations to ensure the safety of the traveling public, and often traversing several states in just one day. We have negotiated beneficial scheduling and pay rules with our unions as part of our collective bargaining agreements, which largely account for the unique work environment of interstate airline workers and often make it infeasible for us to comply with certain technical aspects of state employment laws designed to cover employees who work in more traditional settings. As a result, we have been subject to California PAGA actions, resulting in substantial judgments totaling nearly $100 million based on allegations of California wage and hour law violations. The judgments are all currently on appeal. One of the lawsuits alleged that the formatting of flight attendant pay statements didn't—
Can I ask you to conclude?
Sure. So just to be clear, given the large size of our workforce in Washington, our exposure to these types of frivolous and unnecessary lawsuits would leave us vulnerable to multi-million-dollar penalties for technical violations that don't harm our employees or take away bargain for CBA rights. Lawsuits of this magnitude will directly harm our ability to recover from the current crisis, invest in our business and people, and grow airline service
very much.
Washington's economy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julia, please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Julia Gorton here today on behalf of the Washington Hospitality Association before you today in opposition to House Bill 1076. The fiscal note suggests significant increased costs for labor and industries, including the hiring of 13 new full-time employees so that third parties can sue businesses. And the outcome will not result in safer workplaces or increased worker safety. Based on the experiences in California, which adopted a law very similar, we also believe it will result in workers seeing very, very little, if any, monetary gain. In fact, California's version of L&I has had to request even more budget funding since the bill has been adopted because a substantial majority, 75% of proposed settlements fell short of protecting the interests of the state and workers. To summarize, House Bill 1076 will cost the state millions of dollars to implement so that private parties can sue. It will create more workload for labor and industries, and the likely new allowance will not provide sustainable funding to the department, requiring more money in coming years, all for workers to see very little benefit. We believe it's important to evaluate the outcome of the proposed policy balanced against the cost for the state to implement the policy. Through that lens, we suggest House Bill 1076 fails that test. We urge you to reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa?
Good evening, Chair Ormsby, Ranking Member Stokes-Berry. For the record, Lisa Thatcher here today on behalf of the Washington State Hospital Association in strong opposition to House Bill 1076. Department of Labor and Industry currently has a mandate to investigate alleged labor laws and workplace safety violations. According to the fiscal note by L&I, they estimate that only 7% of all KETAM notices it receives will be investigated. That means the vast majority of these KETAM actions will enter the legal system, where we'll have two choices: to go to court or to settle with the relator. Based on data in California's PAGA database, it appears nearly 2% of PAGA claims each year are against hospitals. For Washington, that percentage means 16 KETAM cases per year. These claims are administrative in nature. Again, based on data from California's PAGA database, shows that PAGA settlement costs can cost a hospital anywhere between $200,000 to $2.5 million. If House Bill 1076 has the same impact on Washington as it does on California, this will result in millions of dollars to the healthcare system. And I know all of you care about healthcare costs. We ask you not to support this bill because this will be a new cost driver. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christine?
Afternoon, Chair Ormsby and Ranking Member Stokes-Berry. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Christine Brewer, testifying on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of Washington and the Washington Construction Industry Council, here in opposition today to House Bill 1076. We are opposed to House Bill 1076 because we strongly believe effective remedies are currently available in statutes today. The fiscal note for L&I outlines the need for 13 new FTEs with a cost of up to $8 million. If L&I believes they do need additional resources to better address investigations, we should explore the idea of more resources for the agency through a budget allocation versus the approach of House Bill 1076. I would also note on page 12 of LNI's fiscal note, prevailing wage violations are specifically noted. Contractors already fund the prevailing wage department within LNI through intents and affidavit fees for public works projects. This program investigates wage complaints, and interested parties can file a complaint on behalf of a worker. I want to highlight Senate Bill 5035 that passed during the 2019 session at the request of the Attorney General. This bill increased penalties for prevailing wage violations and extended the amount of time for which an employee can file a wage complaint. LNI received 8 new FTEs to enhance investigations in prevailing wage. AGC supported that bill. Again, this is currently in statute today. On behalf of the AGC and WCIC, I ask that you not move this bill forward today and recognize there are insufficient remedies that exist in statute.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Larry?
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My apologies there for a minute. My name is Larry Shannon, representing the Washington State Association for Justice, and here to speak in strong support of House Bill 1076, the Worker Protection Act. I have to say that this bill was worked very hard in committee to smooth out the mechanics and processes for how these claims are filed and processed, and it'll make it a much more workable bill. I do want to touch on the fiscal note for a moment and note a fairly obvious omission. There is no real credit given for the revenue that the state will derive from the civil penalties that are contained in this bill. References were made to California, which was last year in 2019 derived over $88 million in that year alone from the civil penalties, in addition to wages that were recovered for employees that were unfairly denied or not paid for them. I think that that's a very significant omission. We'd scale it down for Washington, but of course it's still there. And I just want to also note, in terms of the fiscal note, think about this for a moment. There is no change in the law, and yet this is all required just to enforce the current law. I think that this speaks to the need and the value of this bill, that workers are not getting what they are entitled to, and that this will help give them the remedies for that. And finally, on California, I'll just wrap up.
Can you please conclude, Mr.
You bet. We have submitted substantial written testimony on the California experience. We will be talking with all of you about that. And thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your hearing us and hearing this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Xenia?
Good afternoon, Chair Ormsby and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Xenia Javalera, and I'm the president of SEIU 6, a union over 9,000 janitors, security officers, and airport passenger service workers. I am asking for your strongest support for the Worker Protection Act, HB 1076. The bill before you is quite simple. We know that workers' rights, the ones our state legislator has enshrined, are violated on the job. We know because our members tell us, as do workers across the state. We do what we can as a union to resolve these problems, but there are legal protections under the state that the state, by their own admission, does not have the resources to fully investigate. Our union represents airline contracted workers at SeaTac Airport, like Eleni Sanabero. Right now, Eleni and her co-workers are fighting to cash out their unused sick time from last year. This is money that's theirs according to city law, and yet the company withholds it. For underpaid workers like Eleni, who are overwhelmingly first-generation immigrants and people of color, cashing out a few days' pay is a financial strategy for making it through the end of the year. When they are denied their fair share, it creates another layer of precarity for these workers and another opening for the kind of companies who exploit immigrant labor. Even more so, when employers are able to violate workers' rights, their impunity, good employers are also hurt. In previous testimony, you may have heard that this bill is too technical to implement and it would place Washington employers at a disadvantage. An economy where wage theft allows. So basically, not only do employers who follow the law don't have anything to fear, they actually have a market to gain. So I strongly urge that you guys support 1076. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Catherine, please.
Good evening, Chair Ormsby and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Catherine Holm, and I am the Director of Government Affairs and Legal Counsel for the Washington Food Industry Association. We represent the independent grocery stores, convenience stores, and their suppliers throughout the state of Washington, and I am testifying as opposed to House Bill 1076. Allowing a whistleblower who has no standing to file suit opens the door to abuse for financial gain while targeting businesses who are operating in good faith. Many of our small grocers and C-store operators do not have legal teams and most likely would not be able to afford the lawsuit. So even if they did nothing wrong, it would make more financial sense to settle rather than to spend years in litigation. This could result in less money for improving their business or providing wages and other benefits to employees. The fiscal note is also not finalized, and even then the fiscal note provided is only a partial fiscal note. So we believe that the full cost of the bill will be higher once we have the final fiscal note and once the lawsuits begin. This is a very costly bill, and we have important funds to fill, such as the Unemployment Trust Fund. We encourage the committee to oppose the bill and do not pass it out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Rep. Berquist?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bob?
Battles Association of Washington Business. I am the General Counsel and Director of Government Affairs. We are the state's oldest and largest business association, with our members employ about 750,000 of the state's employees. We are in opposition to 1076. This bill is unnecessary and costly. All the statutes that are covered by this bill already have enforcement provisions that were negotiated and placed in the bill. The fiscal note, as it has already been said, is lacking. But one of the things that's interesting is that it appears that you'll be spending about $9 million to maybe get $1 million in benefits out of it. You're better off applying this through other processes. The only people that actually benefit from these types of PAGA type lawsuits that's taking place are really your plaintiff's attorneys. And so therefore, we would highly recommend that you do not move this bill. We believe that it is ripe for abuse, and it's got such a high and heavy price tag. Again, we ask you not to move this bill.
Thank you.
And last speaker on this bill is Jim King.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jim King, representing Independent Business Association, which represents all different kinds of small businesses all over this state. My first point is that KETAM to the small business community is Latin for green mail. What this means is, hey, lawyer comes in and, we got a $10,000 problem here. You're going to cost you to defend against this, but hey, for $5,000, we'll settle. Small business can't afford that. The other thing, we're very amazed, this bill has been in front of the legislature for 3 years. We hear from the advocates, well, we don't have enough investigators at LNI or at Human Rights. But they never appeared before this committee asking for more money for more investigators. That is the solution if there is a problem. But the agencies don't request that money. The advocates for this bill aren't asking for it. But if we need more investigators at Human Rights or at LNI, that's what you should be doing, is including that in your budget, not turning lawyers loose on the small business community of the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. King. That will conclude the public testimony, if I'm not mistaken, Rep. Berquist, and the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1076. And we'll now go to a staff briefing on Substitute House Bill 1084 with Ms. Hughes and Ms. Van Horn. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Nicole Hughes, staff to the Environment and Energy Committee. The bill before you is Substitute House Bill 1084, an act relating to reducing statewide greenhouse gas emissions by achieving greater decarbonization of residential and commercial buildings, sponsored by Representative Rammel. The Substitute House Bill amends the requirements for the State Energy Code to require the code to be designed to provide one REACH code option for increasingly low emissions, energy efficient homes, which local jurisdictions may then adopt for residential construction. And then that REACH code would be enforced by the local jurisdiction. The substitute bill requires the Department of Commerce to adopt by rule a state energy management and benchmarking requirement for certain commercial buildings between 10,000 and 50,000 gross square feet by July 1st, 2022. Administrative procedures adopted by the department must include exemptions for financial hardship. By July 1st, 2027, the Department of Commerce must evaluate benchmarking data to determine energy use averages by building type. The department must submit a report to the legislature and the governor by October 1st, 2027, with recommendations for building performance standards for certain commercial buildings. The department is authorized to adopt rules for inclusion of these buildings in the existing state energy performance standard for commercial buildings. Substitute House Bill 1084 prohibits a natural gas utility from offering new service to any customer located outside of the area authorized in its approved certificate for public convenience and necessity as of July 1st, 2021. By October 1st, 2022, each gas company must develop and submit to the Utilities and Transportation Commission a transition implementation plan to achieve a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions consistent with its proportional obligation under the state's greenhouse gas emissions limits resulting from combustion of natural gas sold or delivered by the company. The transition implementation plan must include certain components, including identifying specific actions to achieve the gas company's share of the statewide greenhouse gas emissions limits and an estimate of the costs and benefits resulting from the transition away from fossil natural gas. By October 1st, 2022, the UTC must open an investigation to evaluate pathways for gas companies to achieve their proportional share of greenhouse gas emissions reductions required under the statewide limits. The investigation should consider implications, findings, and program adjustments in the gas company's transition implementation plans submitted to the UTC. The UTC must report the results of the investigation to the appropriate committees of the legislature by January 1st, 2024. Substitute House Bill 1084 also requires gas companies to develop integrated resource plans. The UTC must establish by rule or order the schedule for each gas company regulated by the UTC to file an integrated resource plan at least every 4 years. The gas company must provide a work plan for informal UTC review no later than 12 months prior to the due date of the integrated resource plan. Substitute House Bill 1084 authorizes the governing body of a municipal electric utility or public utility district to adopt a beneficial electrification plan that establishes a finding that utility outreach and investment in the electrification of homes and buildings will provide net benefits to the utility. Prior to adopting a beneficial electrification plan, the governing body must request the input of any natural gas utility serving customers in the electric utility service area on the development of the plan. An adopted beneficial electrification plan must identify options and program schedules for the electrification of various end uses or other energy sources. Lastly, Substitute House Bill 1084 establishes a heat pump and electrification program within the Department of Commerce. The purpose of the program is to support job creation and workforce development through the transition of residential and commercial buildings away from fossil fuels and greenhouse gas emissions by providing incentives, education, and outreach resources for the installation of high-efficiency electric heat pumps and other electric equipment. And with that, I'll hand it over to Jessica.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Ormsby, members of the committee. For the record, Jessica Van Horn, staff to this committee. A partial fiscal note for Substitute House Bill 1084 is in your EBB from about 1 p.m. this afternoon. The Department of Commerce estimates they will incur costs of around $3 million in 21-23, $2.6 million in the 23-25 biennium, and $2.5 million in 25-27. All costs would be general fund state. These costs include $1.1 million in the 21-23 biennium and $1 million per biennium thereafter for 5.5 FTE to support energy management and benchmarking requirements. Those staff will be conducting activities such as rulemaking, data analysis, and compliance monitoring. $580,000 in the 21-23 biennium, $490,000 in the 23-25 biennium, and $463,000 in 25-27 would be for goods and services such as printing and mailing, legal services, and other administrative and indirect costs to support the staff for the energy management and benchmarking aspects. In addition, $700,000 in 21-23 and $500,000 per biennium thereafter would be for contracting costs tied to the benchmarking and energy management requirements. This includes expanding the existing clean buildings database and providing customer support and technical assistance to building owners. In addition to those costs, Commerce anticipates costs of about $638,000 in 21-23 and $590,000 per biennium to staff the new heat pump and electrification program. That would just be for staffing. There would also be additional costs if the department were to provide incentive payments under the program. The Utilities and Transportation Commission estimates they'll incur costs of around $962,000 in the 21-23 biennium, $225,000 in 23-25, and $75,000 in 25-27, all costs being from the Public Service Revolving Account. These costs include $734,000 in the 21-23 biennium for rulemaking, $112,000 in 21-23, $139,000 in 23-25, and $75,000 in 25-27 for assistance to utilities and rulemaking around the transition implementation plans. And then $86,000 in the 21-23 biennium and $86,000 in the 23-25 biennium to conduct the investigation of pathways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and also report to the legislature on their findings. The Department of Enterprise Services anticipates requiring an additional staff person to ensure that state facilities are compliant with the new energy management and benchmarking requirements. DES anticipates costs of $254,000 per biennium beginning in the 23-25 biennium from the Enterprise Services Revolving Account. DES would charge state agencies that rent facilities on the Capitol campus for those costs. And then finally, a fiscal note is not yet available for local governments. However, it's anticipated that local governments would see indeterminate costs to comply with the new energy management and benchmarking requirements. Also, public utilities may, but are not required to adopt a beneficial electrification plan. Again, that's not mandatory, but they would incur costs if they chose to do so. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you both very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Hughes or Ms. Van Horn? Again, thank you, ladies. We will now go to public testimony. Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll call up the first two groups. First group, Carolyn Logue, Sean Osborne, Melissa Olson-Fraus, Tad Somerville, and Tim Reed. Second group, Patrick Surface, Chris Hellstern, Mark Riker, Dan Kirshner, and John Rothland. And if Carolyn is in the room, she can go ahead.
I am, and I will get started. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Carolyn Logue. I'm here on behalf of two groups today, the Washington Air Conditioning Contractors Association and the Northwest Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association, both small business groups that are opposed to House Bill 1080 or substitute House Bill 1084. You're going to hear a lot about the need to keep natural gas in the mix, particularly when talking about customers and the need for choice. But I want to bring up two specific things that I think have an impact on the budget for the state. The first one is the language in Section 22F regarding the heat pump, the incentives for heat pumps and electrifications. There's language in there that we see pop up in bills that would basically provide some requirements for benefit levels and pay levels and things like that. The problem is when you're talking about trying to convert to heat pumps and electrification, right now you need all hands on deck. There are thousands of small HVAC contractors who do residential work across the state, and we need programs like this to accommodate those contractors and the union contractors. So many small and independent businesses may not be able to do more than the state level of paid sick leave or have healthcare benefits that are up to the levels of a larger business because of cost or because it's not available. But the ability to involve those small businesses in good standing with the state in projects like this can actually help them hire more people, provide more benefits, and build their economies in their local communities. And we hope that you will look at that language.
Ms. Logue?
Yep. I will just wrap up real quick. And we think you need to add for the hearth patio alternative heating systems. There needs to be some recognition of that. Thank you
so much. Rep. Berquist?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sean? Not seeing Sean Osborne.
Okay, Representative Berquist, whoever you have up for us, sir.
All right, is Tim, let's go with Tim Reed. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Tim Reed, and I'm with Reed Marketing LLC and also the Northwest Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association, and I stand opposed to this bill. I'll try to make it quick, but first and foremost, I got to say that I'm in favor of decarbonization. And so the critique that I'm offering isn't one of goals, but just of the methods to get there. And basically, this bill is a one-size-fits-all approach that really only deals in extremes, that forces consumers into just a single source of energy. Now, if you go through the bill, some may argue that this leaves room for other energy sources, but there's multiple sections of the bill that just prove otherwise. And, when you force consumers into a single source of energy, the questions that, people all across the country are having to wrestle with, have to get asked, like, what happens when the power goes out? What happens when a family can't afford to pay their electric bill, or when everybody on the grid needs power at the same time? And this bill just ignores it. Recently, just a couple of days ago in Forbes, there was an article by Robert Bryce, and he says, rather than making our networks and critical systems more resilient and less vulnerable to disruptions that are caused by weather, electrification forces dependence on a grid that's already failing. And doing so would cause nearly every aspect of our society to fail when a power outage occurs and blackout occurs. So, at the end of the day, I believe that outside forces are always going to be in play, and reliance on a single source of electricity is never going to be in our best interests. And this bill is really forcing compliance at all costs, regardless of the consequences. So I urge you to vote no to this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I see Sean Osborne in the room, if they can start.
Hello.
Are they on phone, or do you know, Keon?
Representative Berquist, they are here in the room, but I don't see them unmuting themselves. So it could be that they came in here earlier on and then left and aren't here. But I moved them. If they're here, if they could please put their hand up, and then that will indicate that they're here. If not, then we'll just move on to the next person.
All right. Thank you. Melissa, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Olson-Fraus, and I am Vice President at Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. I'm also President of the Washington Air Conditioning Contractors Association. I'm here today opposed to SHB 1084 for the following reasons. The bill changes the focus from greenhouse gas emissions to electrification. However, gas, propane, and renewable technologies, they do have the ability to provide more cost-effective options for some of our consumers while still resulting in reduced emissions. Electrification is not the only solution, and more often than not, it is more expensive. Second, the bill professes to incentivize the development of renewable gas options, but then it restricts the ability for gas utilities to run new pipeline. If the gas utilities cannot run the infrastructure needed for gas, then expensive retrofits will be necessary when renewable options are developed and further impact the consumer. And finally, cost is a big concern for our customers at Bob's, and we believe that this bill will make heating and cooling a home much more expensive for our consumers. This is exacerbated by the proposed surcharge that the utilities would charge on families who need to use their natural gas. So for this bill, in my opinion, it removes a lot of choice and unnecessarily increases the cost for all those involved. And for those reasons and more, please oppose SHB 1084. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I see Tad Somerville. And I do not see Patrick Surface. How about Chris Hellstrom then?
Chair Berquist, Chris had to leave, and he's one of my members, and he asked me if I could deliver his remarks. Is that acceptable or not?
Please proceed.
Great, thanks. My name is Kirsten Smith. I work for the Association, American Institute of Architects, Washington Council, representing architects across the state. We are strongly in favor of the policy behind this bill, and I would like to emphasize 2 points about cost. First, clean buildings are a cost-effective way to achieve our state greenhouse gas emissions goals. If we keep pushing off building sustainably, it will cost all of us more in the future because building retrofits are simply more expensive. Additionally, the human health and environmental impacts from not addressing emissions are much higher than project dollars. And finally, clear legislative and policy direction is key to reducing market costs. As more builders and manufacturers are required to meet appropriate and consistent climate targets, it will reduce market risk along with research and development costs overall. Bills like 1084 help provide clarity and consistency. We ask you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm going to call up another group if I could. Bill Stoffaker, Mel Sorensen, Stephanie Swanberg, Michael Soman, Anne Marie Dooley, and Kelly Hall. And next speaker, I think, is Mark Riker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mark Riker with the Washington State Building and Construction Trades Council, speaking today in opposition to Substitute House Bill 1084. This is a complicated and far-reaching proposal, as evidenced by the introduction as well as the amendment that was adopted in the House Committee on Energy and Environment, which substantially reduced the scope of the bill as we understand it. However, there is still much work to be done to become something that we in the building trades could collectively support. That is why we were asking that the entire proposal be sent back for a thorough stakeholder process in which we in the building trades, along with our management and industry partners, are afforded the opportunity to fully engage in order to provide substantive feedback. January 7th of this year was the first meeting that we were invited to in order to consider this proposal. And while the amended version is scaled back, as I referenced earlier, that is still not a thorough process to allow us to give our best participation. We respectfully request that this proposal be sent back for the thorough stakeholder process that it duly deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riker. Rep. Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan Kirshner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dan Kirshner. I'm the Executive Director of the Northwest Gas Association. We're here today testifying in opposition to Substitute House Bill 1084. We acknowledge the changes made by the chair and the committee, but nothing has changed about the substance of this bill. The central thrust of the bill is to electrify buildings. And I just want to remind the committee that electrification and decarbonization are not synonymous, that we can achieve decarbonization without full electrification. We need some, but not complete electrification. And make no mistake, this bill is a first step in fully electrifying buildings and abandoning the use of the natural gas system that our members own and operate. Our members own and operate 45,000 miles of energy delivery infrastructure. The energy that system delivers can and will change. Let's adapt that system to achieve our goals, not abandon it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirshner. Representative Berquist, did you happen to see that Sean Osborne had raised their hand in the waiting room, perhaps?
Oh, perfect. Let's go John Rothland and then have Sean come after that, right after that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm John Rothland with Avista, here opposed to House Bill 1084. Avista has made a commitment and is taking steps to reduce emissions from our natural gas and our electric utility operations. This will come at a cost, but we can do it for less than the cost customers would face under the aggressive electrification approach in this bill. And we would avoid the displacement of many of our skilled workers. As many as 40% of Avista's customers can be categorized as working poor. They don't have the thousands of dollars to electrify their space and water heating, and even if they did, they wouldn't be shielded from the higher electric costs that would result, especially our customers who live in colder regions. Converting natural gas customers to electric energy would require an upgrade to the capacity of our entire electric system to serve nearly double our current peak load. We're committed to reducing emissions while being mindful of how policies touch the lives of our customers and the livelihood of our employees. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rothland.
I feel, Mr. Chair, like third time could be a charm for Sean Osborne.
I appreciate it. I thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon or good evening at this point. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition to State House Bill 1084. My name is Sean Osborne, member of the Board of Governors with the Washington ACA Association and Regional Sales Director for Renai. We oppose the electric-only policies that prohibit expansion of infrastructure or a ban on the sale or installation of combustion appliances. Consumers need and desire choice at an affordable cost. It is important for consumers to have the choice to choose space and water heating equipment based on household needs, budget, as well as fuel type. We as an industry have committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but believe natural gas is a part of the solution and can be a complement to renewables when peaks occur outside of peak production. As seen with the recent weather-related power outages in Washington and throughout the country, there is a need to have redundancy in our power supply options for public safety, security, and comfort. As a company, we continue to innovate and develop high-efficiency solutions that reduce greenhouse gas emissions while preserving customer choice. Thank you for your consideration and reviewing State House Bill 1084.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne, for your time and patience. Much appreciated. Rep. Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill Stoffaker, please.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Bill Stoffaker here before you tonight on behalf of Building Industry Association of Washington, home builders throughout the state. We oppose the bill. I want to speak to Section 3. Context for you to have: the State Building Code Council just adopted a new energy code for a 3-year cycle. We opposed many parts of the code, but we worked directly with the Code Council to get to one code that works uniform, we have it statewide. We know what we get. It's there for us. Section 3, however, opens the door to the state ending up with 2 codes where local jurisdictions can adopt their own code separate of the State Building Code Council's code. That means we'll have confusion as local jurisdictions adopt codes throughout the state from one municipality to another. We want the certainty, we want the predictability of a statewide code, even though the newest code adds about $15,000 to $30,000 to a new home at this point. Nonetheless, one code, that's what we're asking for, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stoffaker. Rep. Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mel Sorensen. I'm here today on behalf of the Pacific Propane Gas Association, testifying in opposition to substitute House Bill 1084. Earlier today, the members of the committee received a letter from Matt Solak, the executive director of the Pacific Propane Gas Association, and I'd like that letter to be the basis of the remarks that I'm going to provide to you in a much more abbreviated fashion. Propane is an alternative non-toxic fuel that is used for residential, commercial, agricultural, transportation, and industrial purposes throughout Washington state. The Pacific Propane Gas Association feels strongly that the state can move towards greenhouse gas reductions without eliminating non-toxic fuels like propane. I have 3 brief points to make. First, the elimination of consumer choice is an important consideration. Homes can be built to achieve significant greenhouse gas reductions while allowing consumers to choose propane and other gases. Secondly, rural Washington is an important reality throughout Washington state. And right now we're in a cold time for much of central and eastern Washington. Heat pumps are known to lose efficiency as temperatures get colder, which is particularly concerning for those areas. And finally, just we're worried about the issue of decarbonization innovations being interfered with by the bill. For these reasons, we have opposed the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stephanie, please.
Thank you, Chair Ormsby, Vice Chairs in the committee. For the record, I am Stephanie Swanberg with the Tri-City Regional Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, we are testifying today in opposition to substitute House Bill 1084, reducing greenhouse gas emissions by achieving greater decarbonization of residential and commercial buildings. It is an honorable goal. But if this bill becomes law, it would increase costs for families, businesses at the worst possible time. Our local unions here in the Tri-Cities believe that this is a job-killing bill. If it passes, what happens to the future of food processors in the Tri-Cities that rely on natural gas? And how about our building industry? With the extra costs and regulations associated with residential and commercial buildings, it puts these options out of reach for most businesses and families. Natural gas is and will continue to be a vital part of Washington's integrated energy picture and clean energy future. Reduction objectives could be met by improving the use of existing infrastructure and utilizing energy efficiency programs that already exist today in natural gas utilities. For these reasons, the Tri-City Regional Chamber opposes 1084. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to call up another panel for after this next group. Charlie Brown, Cecilia Tanaka, Marissa Rathbone, and Ed Hawthorne. And I'm not sure I see Anne-Marie Dooley.
I don't see them either. Rep request.
Okay. Okay. I don't see Michael Soman.
Correct. I don't see them either.
Okay. So Kelly Hall, please.
Thanks, Rep request.
Evening, Forum members of the committee. My name is Kelly Hall, testifying on behalf of Climate Solutions in support of House Bill 1084. In 2019, Washington committed to ending the use of fossil fuels in our electric grid and also committed to achieving net zero emissions by 2050. In order to ensure we achieve our greenhouse gas targets at the lowest cost, it's critical we begin planning for that transition now to avoid higher costs in the future. It seems like there might be a little confusion on what the legislation does. The legislation is not pathway, but really just focuses on ensuring that the planning is taking place right now. It allows public utilities to provide their customers with more choices should they choose to transition to electric appliances, and it removes state preferences and incentives that we currently have for natural gas. So again, while the bill is not prescriptive on how we meet the targets, Washington State's energy strategy has analyzed the cost and found that electrification is currently the most cost-effective pathway at this point and can save significant money for customers. However, if we don't start planning now and instead continue to build out new fossil fuel infrastructure, Washingtonians won't realize those cost savings, we won't hit our greenhouse gas goals, and we'll have infrastructure that will become a stranded asset. So we think that this bill really is a great first step in ensuring that utilities are proactive in that planning process. Again, it's not prescriptive on what that pathway looks like, but we need to start planning now in order to save customers money in the long run.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Charlie Brown, please.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I am Charlie Brown. I'm here today testifying on behalf of Cascade Natural Gas. Cascade has been serving the state of Washington with clean, safe, and affordable natural gas since 1953. They serve 222,000 Washington customers in 68 communities across this state, many of them in your very communities. Cascade agrees that it must do its part to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but we believe that House Bill 1084 is not the right policy to do so. The fiscal implications of this bill for homeowners, as well as for the public and private commercial building owners, is not truly reflected in the fiscal note provided for this bill. There will be substantial cost to homeowners who would be required to convert from natural gas to electric energy for their space and water heating. General estimates for a conversion for a home from a natural gas furnace to electric is in the range of $15,000, a low end of $11,000 and a high end of $20,000. And there are additional costs for converting to electric water heaters. The cost for commercial buildings that would be state-owned, thank you, would also be quite high. We oppose this legislation and ask you to set it down.
Thank you very much. Rep. Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to call the last group. I'm not seeing everybody, but I'll just make sure I'm calling everybody's names. Jay Arnold, Janet Kelly, Peter Gugluski, Leanne Geyer, and Trevor Smith. And then also signed in available for questions is Michael Furs and Emily Salzberg. And next up, if Cecilia would like to start.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Good evening. Sorry, there was a little bit of a hiccup. Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Cecilia Tanaka. I'm the Community Partnerships Manager for Northwest Natural. As one of the hundreds of thousands who lost power this week, I'm compelled to voice my opposition to House Bill 1084. But my opposition to the bill is not concentrated to power outages or catastrophic weather. It lies in the impact this will have on low-income earners who already pay a significant proportion of household income on energy. Even with the proposed bill's provisions addressing overburdened communities, our position is that electrification unilaterally removes a reliable, low-cost energy option from those who need it most. Those able to afford the upfront costs to convert to all-electric service will do so, leaving behind consumers who can't afford conversion, yet remain responsible for the fixed cost of gas. Further, energy efficient equipment comes at a price, which is why we at Northwest Natural offer flexible payment options for customers to pay off equipment over time with the savings from reduced energy costs. But these programs are based on a 20-year life cycle. Were House Bill 1084 to pass, it would truncate the amount of time available to pay off this equipment. This adverse impact will be felt most acutely by our low-income customers who live in less energy efficient homes and have fewer energy efficient appliances. And while this bill is well-intentioned, it has too many adverse impacts on our customers and will increase rates for everyone. And for these reasons, I urge the committee to vote no on House Bill 1084. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have a request?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not see Marissa or Ed or Jay or Janet, I don't think.
I have them as all missing as well.
Okay, thank you. And then, so I guess Peter, if you'd like to go.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Ormsby, members of the committee. For the record, Peter Godlewski with the Association of Washington Business, signed in to pose this afternoon as part of a panel which didn't really show up, but with our colleagues from the labor community. We appreciate this opportunity to provide our testimony on our joint concerns with this bill. Natural gas is of critical importance to our state's manufacturers and a popular fuel choice for consumers. Natural gas is an affordable and efficient option for businesses and consumers to heat their homes, and its continued use as an energy source is extremely important to the ongoing implementation of CETA. We share the concerns voiced earlier that the fiscal note attached to this bill undersells the financial impact of this bill on Washington businesses and consumers. The state energy strategy actually predicts average household costs of up to $700 as a result of a full electrification strategy while getting rid of natural gas. At the heart of the bill is an attempt to weaken the ability of natural gas to operate in the state, which puts good manufacturing jobs at risk and would increase heating costs for consumers and businesses across the state. Natural gas is an important tool to help our state meet our growing energy needs and our clean energy goals. AWB is here with our partners from the labor community because we are equally concerned about this bill's impact on jobs and economic growth. Higher energy costs make it harder to hold on to existing family wage jobs and attract new ones. Businesses and labor have signed on to a joint letter expressing our concern over what this bill would mean for Washington state. You will be receiving it shortly. Please vote no on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godlewski. How are we doing, Rep. Berquist?
I think we are down to 2 speakers and then 2 people from Commerce and the Governor's Office available for questions.
Excellent. Please proceed, Rep. Berquist.
Okay, Leanne.
Good evening, Chair Ormsby and honorable committee members. My name is Leanne Geyer, and I'm with the Washington State Association of Plumbers and Pipe Fitters, representing over 9,000 members in Washington. I'm speaking today in opposition to substitute House Bill 1084. Climate change is important to our members, and we appreciate the efforts put into crafting this legislation. Our members currently work on, upgrade, and install systems that are more efficient and less harmful to the environment, both in natural gas and heat pumps. Natural gas heating systems and heat pumps as well. Our training centers train our apprentices to the latest technology and advancements in the industry. This bill will eliminate highly skilled family wage careers. This pandemic has caused massive job loss in the state of Washington, and it is not the time. At the time that this legislator is looking at capital and infrastructure projects to stimulate the economy, now is not the time to eliminate family wage jobs that have been providing affordable and reliable energy sources to homes, families, and businesses. This would be a huge hit to the state's economy. The reference to a statewide heat pump and electrification program already exists. It's an apprenticeship program that includes on-the-job training. The systems installed improperly will create health and safety risks to consumers and Washington residents. We are deeply concerned about the impacts that this would have. Shortly, you'll be receiving a joint letter expressing our
concerns. Ms. Geyer.
You bet. Please vote no on substitute House Bill 1084. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Geyer. Rep. Berquist?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I misspoke. It looks like Janet Kelly arrived, so I will go Trevor Smith and then to Janet.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Chair Ormsby and members of the committee. My name is Trevor Smith, and I'm the political director of Labor's Local 292. The Labor's Union represents over 14,000 members in the state of Washington, and one of the many tasks that our members perform is in natural gas, doing distribution of mainline gas pipe. As a building and construction craft, we acknowledge that climate change is real and must be addressed. Unfortunately, I'm here today speaking in opposition of substitute House Bill 1084. As we have noted before, the bill is a work in progress that has been hindered by not being appropriately stakeholdered from the beginning. The Labor's Union members in Washington State work approximately 500,000 man-hours annually for our signatory contractors on natural gas lines. These are living wage family supporting jobs with full health care and retirement. We've been working on trying to craft the proper language to support this bill, but at this point, we're back to square one in this process. SHB 1084 still has no language that supports or defines a just transition for our members and others that work in this field. While some progress has been made, this bill still lacks inclusive and robust language to protect not only the environment, but the families that are directly impacted by these proposed changes. Tomorrow, as you've heard, you'll receive a joint letter that further clarifies our concerns. We respectfully ask that this bill be moved to committee to be properly stakeholdered with the building trades, environmental partners, affected businesses, and state elected in the interim. On behalf of our members and the working families of Washington, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Representative Bergquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Janet Kelly should be our last speaker.
And then we would like to invite some of our commerce subject matter experts in for possible questions too, Rep. Bergquist. Thank you.
And they're in the room.
Thank you. Welcome, and please proceed.
Great. Good evening, Chair Ormsby and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Janet Kelly, Director of Federal and State Government Affairs for Puget Sound Energy, serving more than 1 million electric customers and nearly 850,000 natural gas customers. PSC is committed to being our customers' clean energy partner of choice. We just announced an aspirational goal to be a beyond net zero company by 2045. I'm here today in opposition to House Bill 1084 with particular concerns about reliability and cost impacts to our customers, but I'll keep my comments focused on the cost impacts. This policy is not the preferred pathway to achieve carbon reduction. It's an expensive and ill-conceived set of ideas. Instead, PSC supports policies like the Low Carbon Fuel Standard and Cap and Invest that will make meaningful carbon reductions and have considered meaningful stakeholder input. While the bill has changed since introduced, PSC remains concerned about the cost impacts. Taken to its fullest consideration and conclusion, the bill will leave those least able to pay with the largest share of the cost in the future. The bill poorly prioritizes state resources for little benefit. For example, the proposed heat pump and electrification program in Section 22 will cost the state several $1 million to administer over the coming biennia and deliver extremely limited improvements. PSC urges the committee to take the time to more carefully consider the policy choices and fiscal implications of the legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns with the bill. We look forward to further dialogue about the important issues this bill raises.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude our public testimony, Representative Bergquist?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. And if we have the commerce folks on hand, Representative Dye has a question for our subject matter experts.
Thank you, Chairman Ormsby. I have a question for Mr. Furs from Commerce. He's available.
Thank you, Representative Dye, members of the committee. I'm actually here representing the governor's office today, but would be happy to take your question.
Thank you, Mr. Furs. My question is really about the state energy strategy that models the economic impacts of decarbonization pathways. And your own modeling says that an aggressive electrification policy would result in both near-term job loss in every one of 10 compensation groupings of occupations and near-term increases in energy costs. And so I would want to know if you could kind of give me a vision into what you suggested in Appendix E, page 4, on the net energy cost increases of 1% of GDP into 2030, and what that 1% of GDP spread across the number of Washington utility bill payers is. I was looking at the data, and 2019, our GDP in the state of Washington was
Representative Dye, can you use your time to ask a question?
Okay, I will. So just 613 billion, the 10th largest in the nation. So what does that look like in 2030?
Representative Dye, it's a great question that you've posed, and I look forward to getting back with you with a more precise number about the cost that you've requested. I think the overall perspective that the state energy strategy offers is reliance on the greenhouse gas limits that were passed by the legislature. We've evaluated a number of pathways to get there, overall costs that folks will be paying for energy in 2050 through the electrification pathway is less than what we would be paying in the reference case, which would mean that we did not do anything new to the energy profile and energy policy in the state. And so happy to follow up in more detail on your specific question, but at the highest level, there's a lot that we need to do to meet the mandated emission targets. And it looks to us, through all the pathways that we've evaluated, that the electrification pathway is the cheapest way to get there.
But in the short term, it's more expensive. Is that correct?
The way that the models are looking is over the course of the next 30 years, we'll need to make investments in the short term in order to put ourselves on the path to meet those emissions targets. Those investments will be made across a number of sectors and were evaluated across a number of sectors. This bill focuses on the building sector in particular. And so it'll be a matter of determining how best to pay for those investments through the mechanisms that are available to utilities and the state in order to achieve the least cost pathway, which is the electrification pathway.
Thank you very much. Representative Bergquist, do we have any more folks that are signed up to testify?
That is everyone, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. So that will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1084. And we will now proceed to a staff briefing on Substitute House Bill 1097 with Ms. Tango and Ms. Zhao. Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Trudis Tango, staff to the Labor and Workplace Standards Committee. Substitute House Bill 1097 is governor request legislation. There are three components to this bill. It deals with orders of immediate restraint, which are issued by the Department of Industry. It also deals with amending the anti-retaliation statute in the Washington Industrial Safety and Health Act, or WISHA. And then the third component is it creates a small business grant program. Regarding orders of immediate restraint, or OIRs, under current law, if the department believes that an employer's WISHA violation creates a substantial probability that death or serious physical harm could occur, the department must issue a citation and impose civil penalties. The department also has discretion to issue what's called an order of immediate restraint, and that's an order requiring the employer to immediately restrain from the condition, practice, process that's causing the danger. Currently, there's no procedure in statute establishing how an employer can contest the issuance of an order of immediate restraint, but the department's policy does provide that the employer must file an action in court to contest the issuance of an OIR. Employers who violate the OIR is subject to criminal penalties. Substitute House Bill 1097 puts in statute procedures for an employer to contest the issuance of an OIR. The employer must petition the Superior Court within 10 days of the effective date of the order. The bill also allows the department to assess a civil penalty for each day the employer violates the order. The daily penalty may be up to the maximum daily penalty for serious violations, which under current law is up to $7,000. The second component of this bill deals with the WISHA's anti-retaliation provision. Under current law, it's unlawful for an employer to discriminate against an employee because the employee has filed a WISHA complaint or exercised any right granted under WISHA. The employee has 30 days to file a discrimination, 30 days from when the discrimination occurred to file a complaint with the department. If the department determines that there has been a violation of the anti-retaliation statute, then the department must bring an action in court for appropriate relief. If the department determines that there's no violation, then the employee has the option of bringing a court action. Under this bill, discriminatory behavior also includes materially adverse action, which is defined as action that would deter a reasonable employee from exercising their rights under WISHA or having a chilling effect on a reasonable employee's engagement in protected activities. The employee has 90 days rather than 30 days to file a complaint, and the department may extend that time based on equitable principles or extenuating circumstances. Under the bill, the department can issue a citation and notice of assessment rather than filing an action in court. The department may also order appropriate relief, such as restoring the employee to the employee's position and impose civil penalties. The bill allows the employee to appeal the department's order of appropriate relief. Finally, the bill creates a grant program during emergency proclamations to provide one-time grants to state fund employers that have 25 or fewer FTEs. The director of the department may expend up to 2% per year of the net premiums earned in the accident fund in the prior fiscal year for the grant program, as long as there are sufficient assets in the accident and pension reserve funds. The department must consult with stakeholders when adopting rules for the grant program. And I will now turn it over to Heidi for fiscal discussion.
Thank you.
For the record, again, Heidi Tsao, staff to the committee. A preliminary fiscal note on substitute House Bill 1097 is in process, and the final fiscal note to House Bill 1097 is on the EBB. Differences between the substitute House Bill and the House Bill should not substantively change the fiscal impact. In terms of costs, this bill increases expenditures to the accident fund and the Medicaid fund. It is assumed that 2 permanent FTEs beginning April 1st, 2022 are required for L&I to implement this bill and to investigate complaints and track penalty information. $5,000 is also needed for 2 rulemaking hearings to occur during fiscal year 2022. In addition, L&I assesses indirect costs to cover agency-wide administrative tasks, and this is converted into salaries and benefits as partial indirect FTEs. In terms of cash receipts, the impact to L&I is non-zero, but indeterminate, as it is unknown how many new discrimination complaints will be assessed a civil penalty or how many penalties will be issued for ignoring an OIR. This proposed legislation creates a new type of employer appeal within the WSHA subset of appeals. Previously, any disagreement with L&I action or inaction in this area went to the courts. Based on information provided by L&I, it is assumed that the Board of Industrial Insurance Appeals will receive approximately 8 new appeals per year from this proposal, drawing approximately $21,000 from the 21-23 biennium and ongoing from the accident account and the medical aid account. This bill would not have adverse impact on the courts. There could be a small increase in superior court case filings, and these impacts could be managed within existing resources by the administrative office of the courts. And this concludes our remarks.
Thank you both very much. Are there any questions for our analysts, Ms. Tango and Ms. Tsao? I don't see any questions. Thank you both very much. And just before we get into the public hearing, just wanted to let folks know that Labor and Industries Government Affairs Director Tammy Fallon had sent an email, had trouble signing in to the electronic thing, and would like folks to know that there's that you have an email from her, and invites any of you with any technical or other questions on this to contact her at the Department of Labor and Industries. And with that, Representative Bergquist, would you please take over for public testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 3 individuals signed up for this bill: Justin Gill, Elizabeth Strader, and Bob Battles.
Thank you.
And Justin, if you're ready, you can start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Justin Gill. I'm an urgent care nurse practitioner here on behalf of the Washington State Nurses Association to speak in support of House Bill 1097, which provides L&I with additional tools to protect workers and ensure they feel safe reporting health and safety hazards. My colleague Erin Anderson testified in support of this bill when it was in the policy committee, and she works in an ER in Whatcom County, where early in the pandemic, an ER physician, Dr. Lynn, faced retaliation for speaking up about safety concerns such as a lack of a surge plan and social distancing. After his firing, the hospital had implemented most, if not all, of his recommendations. His colleagues described him as an excellent ER physician that had experience working in a crisis in Manhattan during 9/11.
His firing for speaking up did exactly what it was intended to do. It put healthcare workers on notice. Many nurses and healthcare workers fear retaliation for reporting safety violations at a time when they've risked their own safety every day in fighting the novel coronavirus. This bill disincentivizes retaliation against healthcare workers, and we urge you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Elizabeth, please.
Hi there. For the record, I'm Elizabeth Strader. I'm here with the United Farm Workers. We are supporting HB 1097. We represent the most vulnerable workers in the state. They face incredible barriers from speaking out, even when they are in grave danger. Last summer, LNI was already investigating a negligent employer, and on July 22nd, they issued an OIR. The employer still remains non-compliant with the COVID-19 rules. Then on July 27th, Earl Edwards, a worker who was here from Jamaica, he had left his family behind really to provide the sorely needed skilled agricultural labor that we need. He died of COVID-19 alone and unassisted in an isolated work camp, that same employer, 5 days after the OIR was issued. A previous death had opened that investigation that led to the OIR. The death was not reported by his employer as required by law. It was reported by a very frightened worker who begged to remain anonymous. Those workers were so scared of retaliation that they had to be scared of dying before they could do anything about it. Would Mr. Edwards be here with his family right now if Washington had more tools available to them? How do these outcomes change if workers are less scared to come forward? And from a fiscal perspective, agency resources are always going to be further strained when investigations are drawn out because they have difficulty with workers who can't cooperate because they're afraid of retaliation. And they can't cooperate. We see it over and over. Sure thing. There's another worker protection bill you already heard about. We also support it. They're both sorely needed. Actions enforcing an underlying statute that's inadequate won't be fully effective on itself. We need pragmatic statutes and the tools to adequately enforce them. This bill simply strengthens the protection, and we urge you to support it.
Thank you. Representative Bergquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bob?
Bob Battle, Association Washington Business, here in opposition to Senate Substitute House Bill 1097. We are opposed to the underlying bill, and because we believe it unfairly shifts the burden to the employer and on where there are already abilities to have enforcement provisions. Because of that, we have concerns that we think the current fiscal note is not accurately reflecting what the real costs are. In addition, this bill provides for a small business grants for the PPE. While we are appreciative of those grants, the bill, those grants are funded through the diversion of 608, 609 funds. A&B is always opposed and consistently opposes the misappropriation of dedicated funds from one program for the purposes of paying for another program, and therefore we must be in opposition to Senate Substitute House Bill 1097. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bergquist, how are we doing?
That is everybody for this bill, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Bergquist. That will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1097. We'll now go to a staff briefing for Substitute House Bill 1140 with Ms. Walker and Mr. Brzezinski.
Good evening, representatives. For the record, this is John Brzezinski, staff to the Civil Rights and Judiciary Committee. HB 1140 is related to juvenile access to counsel during certain interactions with law enforcement. The bill requires law enforcement to provide a juvenile with access to an attorney in person or by phone or video when a law enforcement officer either questions a juvenile after providing a Miranda warning or briefly detains a juvenile based on reasonable suspicion of a crime. The consultation with an attorney may not be waived. An exception to this rule exists to permit questioning to protect an individual's life from an imminent threat. Statements a juvenile makes during either of those triggering scenarios are not admissible in evidence except for impeachment purposes, unless the juvenile consults with an attorney and then makes a voluntary, knowing, and intelligent waiver of their constitutional rights. The bill requires counsel be provided by the Office of Public Defense, and the bill is subject to a null and void clause contingent on funding. That concludes my remarks, and I'll turn things over to Yvonne Walker to address the fiscal aspects.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Yvonne Walker, staff to this committee.
As John mentioned, this bill would direct the Office of Public Defense to provide access to attorneys for juveniles contacted by law enforcement for whom a legal consultation is required. The Office of Public Defense estimates enactment of the bill would generate approximately 4,000 calls per year statewide for youth contacting consulting attorneys. As a result, OPD assumes the fiscal impact to the agency would be $1.4 million general fund state in the 21-23 biennium and $1.4 million in the 23-25 biennium. This includes 1.5 FTEs to oversee and staff the program, as well as the cost to contract with a phone service to answer and direct calls to consulting attorneys. The estimated cost would also assume that OPD would contract with 6 consulting attorneys. It would also, this would also fund training and travel costs to support implementation of the program. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Walker or Mr. Brzezinski? Not seeing any questions. Thank you both very much for the briefing. We'll like to invite Representative Johnson if you would like to give some brief introductory remarks for your bill.
Thank you so much, Representative Ormsby. This bill further protects our constitutional right for our young people to be silent and right to counsel. It requires that a law enforcement officer provide juveniles with that access to an attorney. The attorney can be provided, of course, in person, by telephone or video conference. It does have some provisions for cases of potential imminent threats, as was mentioned by John. But by passing this bill, we will help to solve a procedural justice issue that leads to so many false confessions and prosecutions across our state and decrease incarceration in our juvenile legal system. So I'm really excited about this bill. Happy to ask or answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you very much, Representative Johnson. Not seeing any questions. Representative Bergquist, will you please call folks forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's 6 people signed up to testify, but I'm only seeing 3 in the room. I might be off though, if somebody can check. But Sanjay Walvikar, Nina Martinez, Katie Hurley.
Thank you. Welcome.
And then, oh, hold on one sec. Sorry, I was just still.
Oh, we just lost
my screen. I'm just trying to double duty here. Sophia, Bird McSherry, Russell Brown, and Manuela Sly. And so I don't know. I don't think everybody's here, but let's start with the first speaker, please.
Okay. Thanks, Rep. Bergquist. Managing a lot of things in this virtual environment. So welcome to the Appropriations Committee. If any of the folks are in the virtual hearing room that Representative Bergquist announced, please proceed at your earliest convenience.
Thanks. Sanjay, if you'd like to start.
Thank you, Chair Ormsby and members of the committee. My name is Sanjay Walvikar, Deputy Policy Director with the Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs, unfortunately testifying in opposition to this bill. We have 2 main concerns on the cost side of this bill. One is less efficient policing. Briefly detaining someone based on reasonable suspicion of criminal activity is fairly routine. This bill mandates that if the detained person is a juvenile, law enforcement must provide them access to an attorney and seize further activity while they wait for an attorney. These consultations cannot be waived. This is time that could be spent determining probable cause and potentially releasing individuals, allowing an officer to move on to other individuals or calls. We believe that the policy in this bill will have a productivity cost to agencies with potential public safety implications. We also have concerns about whether or not a $1.3 million biennial fiscal note is sufficient to contract with attorneys to make real-time consultations at the scene, especially on scenes where there are more than 1 juveniles detained. Law enforcement officers have thousands of interactions with juveniles every year in the state, and we worry that this amount will be insufficient. For those reasons and others, we urge you not to move this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walvikar. Rep. Bergquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Katie Hurley, please.
Hello, my name is Katie Hurley, and I'm testifying on behalf of the King County Department of Public Defense in strong support of Substitute House Bill 1140. Substitute House Bill 1140 builds on youth rights ordinances passed last summer in Seattle and King County. Before those ordinances went into effect, I talked with the San Francisco Public Defender's Office, who reported that their local and statewide youth rights ordinances have resulted in fewer youth being incarcerated in juvenile detention centers. And that's because public defenders are able to talk through alternative release possibilities with officers. If Substitute House Bill 1140 passes, I believe that reduced bookings would result in fiscal savings for Washington counties. In addition, because this legislation relates to core issues of fairness and addressing the vulnerability of youth in the face of police interrogations, I believe it will have a significant impact on the youth's feeling that they were treated fairly, which is a key component of a youth's feelings of procedural justice. Critically, youth are more likely to comply with the legal system when they feel the system and its actors are not violating their constitutional rights and protections. This greater sense of procedural justice will, over time, result in reduced crime and lead to cost savings. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the fiscal impact of Substitute House Bill 1140. I urge you to support it.
Thank you very much. Rep. Berquist?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sophia?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Sophia Bird McSherry with the Washington State Office of Public Defense. HB 1140 directs state OPD to implement the requirements of the bill. My agency has analyzed several approaches to ensuring service statewide, and we submitted a proposed implementation plan and fiscal note. As Yvonne outlined in her summary of it, we would contract with attorneys statewide to ensure 24/7 coverage for the consultation purposes. We're assuming it would mostly be done by telephone. And to address the concerns that were raised by WASPIC, I share his concern that we might get into this and find out that our estimated fiscal impact is not sufficient to cover the actual costs, but that's why we have supplemental budgets, and we would be prepared to come forward with a supplemental request. Looking at how it's been implemented in King County and in California, we feel that the numbers that we used in our assumptions are reasonable and a good basis for the fiscal note. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Berquist, how are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It looks like one more, and then I'll make a final call for the last two that haven't shown up yet. Russell Brown, please.
Thank you, Rep. Berquist. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Appropriation Committees. My name is Russell Brown. I'm the Executive Director for the Washington Association of Prosecuting Attorneys. I am testifying opposed to House Bill 1140. Specifically, as we look at Section 1(1)(b), requires access to an attorney if an individual is detained during the reasonable suspicion phase. This is what we refer to as a Terry stop. It's a spot where officers are trying to confirm or dispel their belief that a crime has been committed. This seems to be too early of a line to draw. In King County, where they passed an ordinance, and in California, where a law has been in existence for a couple of years, this law is required only after Miranda warning has been provided or prior to custodial interrogation. There's a significant difference, which means that under the current bill, you will be paying for access to an attorney in areas and situations that we don't currently in King County or that they do in California. It's an expansion that's unnecessary in our opinion, and your costs will be higher. We do think you could draw the line at custodial interrogation, and that would also provide plenty of benefit to the juveniles that are contemplated to be protected here. It also raises a question in our mind whether the Terry stop or reasonable suspicion actually contemplates the full cost of what this would be. So we would ask at this point that you do not pass the bill in its current form. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see Nina Martinez or Manuela Sly, and so that would conclude testimony unless they are somewhere I don't see.
We'll give them just a minute.
I double checked and I wasn't able to find them either.
Thank you, Mr. Joling. So that will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1140. We'll now proceed to a staff briefing on Substitute House Bill 1156. Mr. Zolli and Ms. Morrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is Jason Zolli, staff to the State Government and Tribal Relations Committee. Substitute House Bill 1156 has two parts to it. First is ranked choice voting, and the second is cost recovery under the Washington Voting Rights Act. So for part one, ranked choice voting, under current law, with one exception, state law actually does not dictate how the canvassing boards or the Secretary of State determine which candidate is certified as the winner after a general election. In practice, however, all jurisdictions use plurality voting, where the most votes win. Ranked choice voting is a different method of voting in which voters may rank multiple candidates in order of preference. For single winner elections, the voters' first choice votes are tabulated, and then the candidate who has the lowest number of votes is eliminated. After that, the votes for that candidate are then transferred to the next candidate that was ranked on those ballots, and then the votes are retallied, and the process will continue until one candidate has the threshold necessary to be declared the winner. This bill permits the use of ranked choice voting in elections for offices in counties, cities, towns, school districts, fire districts, and port districts. An eligible jurisdiction that chooses to adopt ranked choice voting doesn't have to use it for every office in their elections. The bill also establishes certain requirements for the ranked choice voting ballot design and vote tabulation, such as the number of candidates that someone can rank and how the votes over the maximum are counted, things like that. The bill allows jurisdictions that use ranked choice voting to hold a top 5 primary, or they may eliminate the primary altogether. Jurisdictions using ranked choice voting can choose whether to deal with positions on a multi-member board, whether they want them to be separate offices, or to use ranked choice voting to determine just who's elected to the board directly. And the bill also creates a ranked choice voting work group that will aid the Secretary of State in adopting rules for the elections. The second part of the bill concerns notice recovery cost recovery under the Washington Voting Rights Act. So a political subdivision violates the Washington Voting Rights Act when its elections are polarized, and there's a significant risk that members of a protected class don't have the opportunity to elect candidates of choice because of vote dilution or abridgment. So how the process works is a voter first may notify the political subdivision that they have intent to challenge the electoral system for violating the act, and the notice must describe the alleged violation and a possible remedy. The person who brought the notice and the political subdivision must work together to implement a remedy. Then a political subdivision can take corrective action to change its election system to remedy a potential violation of the act. If they do so, they must then obtain a court order certifying that the remedy complies with the Voting Rights Act and was prompted by a plausible violation. A lawsuit may be filed only if the political subdivision does not take corrective action within 90 days. This bill adds a cost recovery provision to the notice process. So once a person files a notice alleging a violation, and then if the subdivision adopts a remedy that takes the notice into account and a court issues an order certifying the remedy, then the person or persons who submitted the notice may make a demand to the political subdivision for reimbursement of the cost that they incurred in conducting the research necessary to send the notice. That demand must be received within 30 days, and it must include financial documentation, and the demand must be paid within 60 days up to $30,000. There is a third part to the bill that, subject to appropriation, gives the Secretary of State the ability to provide grants to local governments to implement ranked choice voting or to make changes in response to a notice filed under the Washington Voting Rights Act. And I will turn it over to Linda to talk about the fiscal.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Linda Morrell, staff to this committee. There is a fiscal note for the House bill for the Secretary of State in your EBB. A fiscal note for the substitute has been requested, but it is not yet available. A local government fiscal note is also not yet available, but it has been requested. With respect to the Office of the Secretary of the State, they expect that they will need 2 FTEs, one to develop expertise in ranked choice voting, and to be a point of contact for internal and external stakeholders, rulemaking, and outreach. Another FTE would be for reviewing, certifying, analyzing, and auditing ranked choice voting systems. In addition to the 2 FTEs, there would be 1/2 of an FTE for training stakeholders, which includes election workers. And the training would cover tabulation and uploading procedures and updating training materials. The cost for these FTEs, if they're needed in the 21-23 biennium, would be approximately $500,000 general fund state. The need for FTEs would likely be affected by the timing of when local jurisdictions adopt ranked choice voting. The next part of the fiscal impact would be the required voter education and outreach. It is unknown how many jurisdictions will adopt ranked choice voting. For purposes of public outreach and education, the Secretary of State assumes a cost range of $75,000 to $100,000 per county to use print, radio, television, and social media platforms, and also costs for the outreach in translated languages. The example in the fiscal note assumes 50% of the counties would adopt ranked choice voting in the 21-23 biennium. With those assumptions, the cost of education and outreach would approximately be $2 million over the biennium. However, if fewer jurisdictions adopted ranked choice voting, such as 10% of the counties, those costs would be closer to $400,000 for the biennium. Even though the provisions of the bill would be in effect in the 21-23 biennium, the Secretary of State has until July 1, 2023 to adopt rules regarding ranked choice voting. And those rules are to be adopted in consultation with the work group established under the bill that Jason referred to. If local jurisdictions wait until the rulemaking is complete, it may not be until fiscal year 24 that jurisdictions adopt ranked choice voting, and voter outreach education costs would not be incurred in the 21-23 biennium. That would also affect the FTE costs in the 21-23 biennium. There's also an estimated ongoing cost of $6,000 per year for an additional page in the state voters pamphlet. This cost may change depending upon the size of the pamphlet in a given year. There are also other indeterminate costs. A significant factor to the total election costs would be the number of jurisdictions that choose not to hold a primary that's permitted in the bill, and that would affect the reimbursement costs and the distribution of costs among local jurisdictions affected. Lastly, Section 20 of the substitute allows for grants to county auditors and local governments to adopt ranked choice voting and to make changes to its electoral systems as a remedy for a claim filed under the Washington Voting Rights Act. These grants are subject to amounts appropriated. The underlying House bill also allowed grants for local jurisdictions to allow them to move odd year elections to even years. However, in the substitute, that provision was removed. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for our analysts, Ms. Morell or Mr. Zolli? I see no questions. Thank you both very much for your briefing. Representative Bergquist, will you take us through public testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we have 8 people signed up to testify. I think I see 6 so far. I'll just call everybody up and we'll go from there. Jay Jennings, Sharon Hannock, Amy Gleixner, Linda Brewster, Timothy Kitchen, Kelsey Bressman, Andre Stackhouse, and Jillian Andriatola. And if Jay Jennings is in the room, if he'd like to start.
Thank you, Rep. Bergquist. Good evening.
Jay, you can go ahead and start when you're ready.
There we go. Sorry about that. Good evening, Chair Ormsby and members of the committee. I'm Jay Jennings, Legislative Director for Secretary of State Kim Wyman. Our serious concerns cannot be conveyed in the time allotted, so I'll just try to give you a flavor. As suggested in the original fiscal note, this proposal may be quite expensive. Exactly how expensive, based on the persistent complexity with an unhealthy dose of uncertainty, it's anyone's guess, and no amount of money may alleviate our concerns or reassure skeptical voters. Strictly from an election perspective, the real cost is in diminished voter confidence, a currency more valuable than dollars. House Bill 1156 encourages entirely new methods to be adopted in an unknown number of jurisdictions, from school board members, city council members, port districts, and the like. And these are unpredictably spread throughout the state, sometimes in overlapping counties. It encourages 3 new voting and tabulation methods, which could vary among districts. Those are instant runoff, ranked choice, and a single transferable vote method, directing auditors to simulate a series of elections. There are 1,086 eligible jurisdictions, so the number of possible permutations seems nearly infinite. Considering the potential number of variations, you may share our concern regarding voter confusion. As proposed, and each of the governing bodies and jurisdictions could choose a new and slightly different method for casting ballots and a new and slightly different algorithm to determine the outcome of the election. And all of this is to be presented on one ballot. As we have seen recently, our democracy is fragile, and the risks and costs associated with this proposal are difficult to overestimate, and therefore we regretfully and strongly must oppose House Bill 1156.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron, go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sharon Hannick, and I'm a voter from the Bonnie Lake area of Pierce County who experienced 2 years of ranked choice voting. I was also an observer at that time in the elections and gained knowledge of the procedures that process ranked choice voting. The cost burden was extremely expensive for the Pierce County, the county itself, as well as for the residents who had to fill out the 2 ballots and pay, those that mailed it in paid extra postage on it. Your fiscal note estimates the up to 8.2 million for the Secretary of State, and it completely leaves out any costs and estimate of costs for the counties. There are costs of acquiring new machines. Currently, I don't believe any of the machines in the counties are prepared for ranked choice voting. They will have to upgrade or buy new machines. Cost to print, cost to mail, staffing costs went to 24-hour shifts. So there's increased labor costs. If you have an audit, it's going to be increased labor costs because they will have to manually count, not machine count the ballots. The fiscal notes for a previous ranked choice voting bill from a few years ago addressed the needs of the counties, and they said it could be anywhere from up to 17.1 to $34.5 million for the county to process ranked choice voting. And that's from a fiscal note of another bill.
Could you summarize,
ranked choice voting bill. Pardon? And so it could be up to $42.7 million. And the voter education you just mentioned was $2 million. Anything that costs $2 million to teach a voter how to vote, that must be something that's going to be difficult and not as easy as presented by some folks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hannick. Rep. Berquist?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see Amy, so we'll go to Linda.
Hello.
Hi, folks. I'm speaking to ask you to support the local options bill for ranked choice voting. I can't speak about the expensiveness of it. I'm going to leave that in your hands. I would feel so much better represented as a voter if I could express my preferences in order of their importance to me. For example, it is not that complicated. If the choices I'm given are grilled cheese or hot dog, but I really want a hamburger, I'm not going to really feel like my vote matters to me because I'm not going to get my hamburger. And at least if I'm stuck with a hot dog or a grilled cheese, I'll know that I have had the chance to express my views about my preferences. So rather than being forced to choose what sometimes feels like the lesser of 2 evils, I could give voice to my priorities. I could better represent my concerns using this method. And voters feeling more engaged is priceless. It's always a good thing. It'll increase voter turnout and decrease voter cynicism. Ranked choice voting means that winning candidates have the obligation to reach the 50% +1 threshold. rather than when there are multiple candidates for a position currently, someone may win with a mere 19% of the voters supporting them. This hardly is representative. The ranked choice voting has been shown to decrease negative campaigning by candidates. That would be wonderful for us all and for our democracy. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Brewster. Representative Berquist.
Mr. Chair, that grilled cheese sounded really good. The majority of the other would like at least 3 if you could send him his way. Sorry. Timothy Kitchen, please.
Hi, my name is Timothy Kitchen. I'm here in support of the local options ranked choice voting bill. I think the issue here is pretty simple. When you go to the store, I'm going to use another food example. When you go to the store and you want chocolate ice cream, but they don't have it, you probably purchase your second favorite ice cream instead. Our present voting system does not allow for second choices. Why is that? In the home of the free, the land of liberty, why can't we have more than one choice in our most sacred and important act? Thanks. Why can't our preferences be accounted for? Why do we have more options buying ice cream at the grocery store than we do in deciding who writes the laws of our society? Ranked choice voting allows for our preferences and second choices to be accounted for. Moreover, this bill simply gives the option for local jurisdictions to use ranked choice if they want to. It does not require anything. A pillar of our country and indeed a fundamental human right is freedom, the ability to choose our own way. Please allow yourselves and your fellow citizens the right that is fundamentally ours. Please support this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kelsey, please.
It's Braceman. Hi, I'm Kelsey Braceman from the 36th District. I am testifying in favor of passing this bill and giving Washingtonians the right to vote in local elections in a way that represents their values. I have waited on this Zoom call for 5 hours as a private citizen to tell you that ranked choice voting is necessary for the restoration of citizen trust in democracy, which I believe to be the value at issue here, which is not as easily solved as other issues that are being brought up, like old voting machines and designing ballots comprehensively. During our last presidential election, many of you likely heard the idea that if you didn't like either of the candidates, you were, quote, throwing your vote away, which leads us to the idea that voting your conscience is something ridiculous. Now that's an idea and I'd really like you to sit with for a second. Under our current system, it is considered hopelessly naive to use your conscience when exercising one of your primary civic duties. Having and using personal values is subsumed by this no-win game, which is played at all levels of government. As a voter, instead of voting to represent your stances on issues, our current system requires folks to engage in guessing games, redirecting critical conversations about issues and policy to endless discussion of who or what is, quote, electable. Do you feel manipulated? Because I do. With ranked choice voting, we have a chance to let citizens vote in ways that represent their true values and stances. You can list your actual preferences instead of picking between 2 people you would not like to see hold office or, quote, throwing away your vote. This is critical to a restoration of trust in what is now a very beaten down America. Washington has a chance to lead the way. Please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see Jillian, so I think our last speaker on this is Andre.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you.
Hello.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to give testimony on SHB 1156, the Local Options Bill. My name is Andre Stackhouse, and I'm a voter in the 36th Legislative District. I'd like to start by clarifying that I may have registered as con on this bill by accident. I'm actually 100% pro this bill, and my statement will reflect that. Tomorrow is my 30th birthday. I was born in 1991, and in that time, there have been 7 presidential elections. And of those 7 presidential elections, 3, nearly half, gave the presidency to a candidate who failed to get a majority vote. The last time that happened was in 2016, and that president's term ended with a deadly assault on the US Capitol building. On January 19th, CNN published an article titled, "America Almost Lost Our Democracy." My only clarification is to say that we almost lost what little democracy we have. The Local Options Bill is a pro-democracy reform. It will bring more kinds of people into our political process, give voters more choices, allow voters to more precisely express their preferences, reduce negative campaigning, and build greater consensus and support for our government. This is the House Appropriations Committee, which, as I understand it, is in general concerned with costs. And while all evidence is that the Local Options Bill could cost less by eliminating the need for expensive primaries and runoff elections, the other cost that I insist be included in this conversation is the cost of ignoring our crisis of democracy. We're living in scary, uncertain times. If we don't strengthen our democracy, we'll lose it, and I urge you to support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and happy nearly birthday. Representative Berquist, how are we doing?
I think that's everyone, unless did I call Timothy Kitchen? I thought I did, but.
Yes, I believe we heard from Mr. Kitchen.
Yep.
We think that concludes the public testimony, unless there's someone waiting to testify about Substitute House Bill 1156 that we haven't gotten to. Okay, that will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1156. And before we get to Substitute House Bill 1202, I just want to let members, staff, and the public know at the conclusion of this bill hearing, pardon me, we'll be taking a short break, just so folks can be prepared to do what you need to do. So we will get a staff briefing on Substitute House Bill 1202 from Ms. Adams and Ms. Van Horn. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Edie Adams, staff with the House Civil Rights and Judiciary Committee. Substitute House Bill 1202 provides a civil cause of action for a person injured by police misconduct. For a little bit of background, under federal law, there's a cause of action for deprivation of federal constitutional rights under Section 1983 of the Civil Rights Act. 1983 actions against police officers can include, for example, claims of excessive use of force or unlawful search or seizure in violation of Fourth Amendment rights. However, an officer has qualified immunity from liability in a Section 1983 action unless the officer violated clearly established rights. Washington does not have a similar statute that creates a cause of action for violation of state constitutional rights, and Washington courts have declined to recognize such an action without legislative guidance. However, a person injured by police misconduct, such as excessive use of force or unlawful search or seizure, could bring a state common law tort action, such as assault and battery, false arrest, false imprisonment, or trespass as examples. Substitute House Bill 1202 provides a cause of action for a person injured by a police officer if the officer engaged in or committed certain specifically listed torts in the bill, or executed a detention, search, seizure, or entry into a home that violates the state constitution, or violated an officer's duty of reasonable care in using force as established in another bill that's being considered this legislative session, House Bill 1310, or violated certain restrictions with respect to federal immigration enforcement matters. A peace officer has a defense if the officer substantially complied with a regulation, practice, policy, or training established by the employer or approved by superior officers. The bill also establishes employer liability. Peace officer's employer is vicariously liable if the officer was acting within the scope of employment. In addition, the employer can be liable if the injury or harm resulted from the employer's approved regulations, practices, policies, or training, or negligence in hiring, training, supervising, or disciplining the peace officer. The prevailing plaintiff in an action is entitled to an award of damages in addition to costs and reasonable attorney's fees. And finally, the bill authorizes the Attorney General to investigate and bring a civil action to restrain a peace officer or an employer from engaging in a pattern or practice of conduct in violation of the Act. That concludes my remarks, and I'll turn it over to Jessica for the fiscal summary.
Thank you.
Good evening. Once again, Jessica Van Horn, staff to this committee. A fiscal note for the original House Bill 1202 is available in your EBB. The changes in the substitute should not substantially impact the fiscal impact shown in that note. The main cost driver of state costs in this bill is a potential increase in the number of cases filed against state law enforcement agencies under the new cause of action. Impacted state agencies include the Washington State Patrol, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and higher education institutions that employ peace officers, such as the four-year institutions like the University of Washington or Washington State University. The Department of Enterprise Services and the Attorney General's Office estimate that between 35 to 111 additional cases per year could be brought against state agencies. Each case would require legal services from the Attorney General's Torts Division and may result in an indemnity payout. DES estimates an increase of between $2.2 million to $7.2 million in costs per fiscal year for those additional legal services and indemnity payouts. Those costs would be from the self-insurance liability account. To pay for those costs, DES would increase the self-insurance premiums charged to impacted customer agencies, such as the Washington State Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, and higher education institutions. DES would then pay the Attorney General for those legal services through an interagency agreement. There are some other state agencies that have limited law enforcement powers, such as the Liquor and Cannabis Board or the Gambling Commission, but those agencies do not employ peace officers as defined in the bill and would not see those self-insurance premium increases. The substitute may change the number of claims brought against state agencies. However, the 2.2 to 7.2 million range is still a reasonable estimate of that impact. In addition to the changes in legal services and liability payouts and the self-insurance premiums, there are a number of other costs to state agencies. The Attorney General Office would incur costs for enforcement activities authorized in the bill, which provides that the AG may conduct enforcement activity when there is a pattern or practice of injurious conduct at a particular law enforcement agency. The Attorney General's Office assumes it would conduct 10 investigations per year at a cost of $1 million general fund state per fiscal year. These would be activities conducted by the Civil Rights Division. The Washington State Patrol estimates costs of $66,000 general fund state and $228,000 from the motor vehicle account in fiscal year 22, and $62,000 general fund state and $211,000 from the motor vehicle account per fiscal year thereafter for 2 paralegal employees to help manage and process records that may be requested due to a cause of action being brought against the agency. State Patrol also anticipates indeterminate expenditures for human resources and labor management activities, as well as requesting additional legal advice from the Attorney General's Office. The Department of Fish and Wildlife assumes costs of $78,000 general fund state per fiscal year. This is also for staff time for processing and managing records that may be requested. Finally, a fiscal note for local governments is not available. However, we can safely assume that local governments would see an increase in expenditures due to an increase in cases filed against local law enforcement agencies, and an increase in cases would result in legal expenses, liability payouts, and potentially premium increases for their insurance. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you both very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Adams or Ms. Van Horn? Representative Sen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize, I should know this, but Edie, is there any specific percentage that the employer versus the employee is liable, or is that based on case by case?
I think it's going to depend on the case and what the basis for liability is in the case.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of our OPR policy or fiscal analysts? Seeing none, thank you both very much for that briefing. We'll now go to public testimony. Representative Berquist, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looks like we have 8 signed up to testify, and I'll call them all up into the room. Candace Bach, Leslie Cushman, Mary Kay Becker, Mike Hoover, Sanjay Wavakar, Michael Transu, Devor Jurassic, and Jeff DeVere.
Thanks, Rep. Berquist. And if you could, at the conclusion of one, direct the folks into the queue for us. Thank you.
All right. And Candace, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. Candace Bach, representing the Association of Washington Cities, here in opposition to this bill. I would like to acknowledge and thank the sponsor of this bill for spending time with cities and hearing our concerns. Unfortunately, as you heard from the fiscal note, there are just significant costs with this kind of expansion of liability, and most of it comes in the form of additional litigation that's really just going to lead to more settlement of cases. It's not going to lead to judgments and outcomes that further police reforms. It's going to lead to more settlements because we just can't risk taking these cases, or we can't afford to take these cases to trial. There will be attorney's fees paid, but that's about it. Instead, we encourage the legislature to look at some of the other police reform proposals that are going through where we think there will be meaningful change. Again, in Washington State, we already are very progressive when it comes to allowing suits of our government, and there are many pathways to bringing litigation when there is wrongdoing involving law enforcement. So again, we appreciate the sentiment behind this, but we don't think this is the right path to take, and we think it will increase costs. We're already experiencing a hardening of the insurance market with fewer insurers willing to work with cities and increasing costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie, go ahead.
Chair Ormsby, members of the committee, my name is Leslie Cushman. I'm a member of the Washington Coalition for Police Accountability and the citizen sponsor of I-940. In our coalition, we have family members who have had to pick up the pieces when their lives, their children's, spouses, grandkids' lives have been shattered by police violence. We've watched the police involved get rehired, promoted, and walk away from these tragedies with little or no consequences. When police break the law, use excessive force, violate constitutional rights, and harm people, folks should be able to take them to court. I-940 was not the end of our work. 940 lacked a way to hold law enforcement agencies accountable. Rep. Johnson's HB 1310 establishes a duty of care for all officers, and HB 1202 is the teeth. HB 1202 is about access to justice, and it is preventative. It will deter police misconduct. We have to do right by the community and prevent harm from occurring to other families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cushman. Rep. Request?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Mary Kay?
Chair Ormsby and members of the committee, hi, my name is Mary Kay Becker. I am a retired judge and a former member of this House of Representatives. I want to speak to three fundamental legal principles that are reflected in House Bill 1202. First, in Washington, we are bound together by the state constitution of 1889. The Constitution established our state government to protect and maintain individual rights. The second principle is even older. Everyone is entitled to their day in court. The third principle follows from the second. Immunity from suit is the exception, not the rule. When peace officers break the law and hurt people, there must be accountability. That means doing away with qualified immunity. Otherwise, the harm caused by illegal policing falls on the shoulders of the victims, and that is not fair or right. Trust between communities and law enforcement is impossible to achieve unless individuals who are harmed have a meaningful remedy. House Bill 1202 provides that remedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Becker. Request?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members. Mike Hoover here today on behalf of the Washington State Association of Counties. Reluctantly in opposition to this bill, we commend the intent of it. Of course, we just are worried about its operation and the costs. We think it may result in more claims, not necessarily more misconduct, but more claims. It's important to note that counties are self-insured or part of risk pools, and those are often backed up by secondary insurance policies. And I'm concerned that we will not just be priced out of the market, we will be unable to, there will be no market. We will be unable to obtain insurance, period. In the fiscal note you have, and it doesn't even include the local impact, the word indeterminate is used 44 times. And I'm highlighting that not because I think the fiscal people did a bad job. I actually think they did a good job. I just think that when you have 44 indeterminate items, there's a lot of uncertainty, and insurance groups do not like uncertainty. I'm concerned that we won't be able to afford the insurance costs. And unlike the state, all our money is not the same shade of green. We can't just bail out our risk pool if we get a big claim. We only have the money that you've authorized only for the purposes you do. So it's a little bit different. It's not quite apples to apples when you compare the state risk pool to the county risk pool. So we've been working with the sponsor and the proponents, and we appreciate that work. We're just not there yet. And I hope that we can keep working on this, but for now we're reluctantly opposing it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Rep. Berquist?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sanjay?
Thank you, Chair Ormsby and members of the committee. Sanjay Walvakar, Deputy Policy Director with the Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs, unfortunately testifying in opposition to this bill. We shared our significant policy concerns in the policy committee. On the fiscal side, we anticipate that this bill will lead to more lawsuits filed and that most of those lawsuits will be settled, not because of actual liability, but because these cases are too expensive to litigate. We understand these cases can easily cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend. Moreover, costs awarded under this bill apply only to a plaintiff that prevails, not a respondent. We believe this will have a significant financial impact to local jurisdictions. We heard about the rising costs of insurance for municipalities in policy committee. Indeed, we also heard about it in this committee, and we share those concerns. Finally, we observe that there is no local government fiscal note other than courts that we can see with this bill, which perhaps doesn't paint the full picture of this bill's effects, especially in the long term. For those reasons and others, we urge you not to move this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael Transu, and I'm here today representing the Washington chapter of the Fraternal Order of Police in support of Substitute House Bill 1202 with a couple of suggested amendments. We think the provisions of Section 3 Sub 3 are well thought out and find an appropriate balance between liability and peace officer actions that are based upon employer directives and training. Two suggestions we have. First, we would recommend the word prevailing be removed in Section 4 in both places, as we think a peace officer who successfully defends an action should be entitled to attorney's fees, just like a prevailing plaintiff. Second, we think Section 5 presents a conflict of interest for the Attorney General's office in that they also represent state-level law enforcement agencies and therefore we believe have an inherent conflict of interest. Including this type of authority in an independent office of statewide prosecution makes much more sense to us. Moreover, we think this section is not needed given the remainder of the bill's provisions and would ask that it be removed. In sum, while we do not believe that the current version of the bill is perfect, there is additional time in the legislative process to work, and we are confident that continued engagement is the best way to continue improving the bill. As of now, we are strongly encouraged that the proposal is moving in the right direction, and we look forward to the continued work with Representative Tai, other legislators, and other law enforcement stakeholders to enact a bill that provides meaningful protections for law enforcement officers as they go through their day-to-day jobs under the law. Thank you, Mr.
Chair. Rep. Berquist?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. DeVore?
Chairman Ormsby, members of the committee, my name is Davor Jurasic and I represent the Washington State Patrol Troopers Association and am testifying in opposition to Substitute House Bill 1202. As written, the bill creates liability for an individual trooper even when they could not have reasonably known their actions were unlawful at the time. Current law recognizes the difficulty that officers face and that there is often a hazy border between constitutional and unconstitutional uses of force. Officers are tasked with navigating this hazy border in a split second in dangerous and rapidly evolving situations. This bill will greatly increase the number of lawsuits, which in turn will increase the costs to government agencies and unfortunately also the individual troopers. That's why we are testifying in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Berquist?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jeff should finish up our testimony on this bill.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Ormsby and members of the committee. My name is Jeff DeVere. I'm here representing the Washington Council of Police and Sheriffs, and we're opposed to House Bill 1202. We voiced our concerns in the policy committee about the substantial number of claims that officers and agencies are going to be defending if this bill passes. Our current system does not preclude civil action. but it does ensure some validity of those actions, and we believe that's the proper way to do this. Another impact, besides the indeterminate impact that we've heard about in this hearing, is what's going to happen when officers are sued. They're going to have to be removed from the roads, and that's going to have some cost impact as well, not only fiscally, but also for public safety. It's our understanding that the intent of this bill is for officers not to be held individually liable. If the bill moves forward, we want to work with the sponsor and the committee chairs to amend the language to make that clear. We urge you to look at the real impacts to this bill and not move it forward. We believe that we can do a better job to ensure that our agencies and our officers are improving services and retain the support of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeVere. Representative Dye, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. Very briefly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Who would you like to direct it to, Representative?
Mr. DeVere, please.
Yes, Mr. DeVere?
I'm still here.
This is just a curiosity. Can you tell me, and maybe I shouldn't ask it, but can you tell me how many officers were injured or killed in the line of duty last summer during the civil unrest? We never really got a good number on that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Representative Dye, I don't have that information off the top of my head. I can certainly try to find it and forward it to you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Does that conclude the public testimony, Representative Berquist?
That does.
Thank you. So that will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1202. The committee will now take a 10-minute break, and we will reconvene at 25 minutes after 7:25. So 10 minutes. We'll see you back here. And in the meantime, we are at ease. Reconvening. Call the Appropriations Committee back to order for the purpose of continuing our public hearing agenda. And we'll begin with agenda item number 8, Substitute House Bill 1203, and ask for a staff briefing from Ms. Walker and Ms. Harrington. Okay.
For the record, O'Mara Harrington, staff to the Public Safety Committee. Substitute House Bill 1203 requires that by January 1st, 2025, all local jurisdictions as defined in the bill must establish a community oversight board that performs certain oversight functions with respect to the local jurisdiction's law enforcement agency. Examples of the specific powers and duties of community oversight boards include, but are not limited to, receiving complaints from community members, investigating and issuing findings on incidents that occur between the public and law enforcement officers or civilian employees, making recommendations for changes to agency policies and budgeting, reviewing internal investigations for accuracy, completeness, impartiality, and sufficiency of discipline, and accessing crime scenes and related administrative investigations. In terms of scope, the requirement to establish a community oversight board applies to counties and cities and towns that have a law enforcement agency with at least 15 officers. As an alternative to establishing a standalone board, a combination of local jurisdictions with an existing mutual aid agreement may establish a joint board, and local jurisdictions with a similar external oversight body that's in place at the time the bill takes effect must bring that body into compliance with the Community Oversight Board framework by January 1st, 2023. It's left to each local jurisdiction to establish the policies and procedures for its board's membership and operations, but the bill does provide some requirements. Each local jurisdiction must provide training for its board's members that meets criteria established in the bill. Local jurisdictions must provide adequate funding for the board's staffing and for performance of its duties. And there are certain guidelines with respect to the composition of board membership. Local jurisdictions must report their compliance with these requirements to the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs, which in turn must compile the information into a report due to the legislature by March 1st, 2025. With that, I will turn it over to Yvonne for a discussion of the fiscal impact.
Thank you.
Good evening. Again, I'm Yvonne Walker, staff to this committee. As O'Mara mentioned, this bill requires local jurisdictions to report their compliance in establishing a community oversight board to the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs. The Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs must compile that information from the local jurisdictions into a report and submit the report to the legislature. There is a fiscal note in your books. Although the legislation would have an indeterminate fiscal impact on local governments, there are 79 cities and 39 counties that meet the definition of local jurisdiction per the legislation, for a total of 118 jurisdictions that will be affected. The fiscal impact to the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs would be $213,000 general fund state funds in the 21-23 biennium and $219,000 in the subsequent biennium. This includes costs associated with hiring a program coordinator to oversee the program and compile the information into a report, as well as funding for equipment, travel, supplies, and administrative costs associated with implementing the bill. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Are there any questions for our analysts, Ms. Walker and Ms. Harrington? I do not see any questions. Thank you both very much for the briefing. Representative Johnson, I'd like to invite you to provide some brief introductory remarks to your bill, Ms. Before.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Far too often, calls for accountability have resulted in police investigating police, and public complaints have been largely ignored or unanswered. This bill provides the guardrails for state board establishment for local municipalities, as well as operations and scope of work. I also believe the rollout will give ample time and structure and provide communities across Washington State an opportunity to have a voice in their local police department policies, practices, and procedures. And the goal really is local accountability and improving the future of community and law enforcement relations. It did have much stakeholdering and came out of public safety with bipartisan support.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. And we will now go to public testimony, and we'll now have Representative Macri at the helm of our public testimony. Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to call up Sanjay Walvakar, Juliana Rowe, and Kelly Busey.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Ormsby and members of the committee. Again, Sanjay Walvakar, Deputy Policy Director with the Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs, unfortunately testifying in opposition to this bill. Again, we have significant policy concerns with this bill. On the fiscal side, we believe that this bill is an expensive redundancy. Washington's sheriffs and police chiefs already have community oversight in the form of mayors, councils, and voters in their communities. Meanwhile, Washington has the fewest number of commissioned officers per capita in the country. We are 51st in the nation, including the District of Columbia, and have been for the last 10 years. Unless these boards are entirely funded by the state, it's a zero-sum game. Many of our local governments and agencies will have to do something less at a time when we can ill afford to. As we read Section 3, Sub 9, we are concerned that this is an unfunded mandate, and we think it's reasonable to presume that these costs will be borne by law enforcement agencies, again at the expense of other important public safety work, For those reasons and others, we urge you not to move this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Rep. Macri.
Thank you. Juliana, welcome again.
Good evening, Representative Ormsby, members of the committee. My name is Juliana Rowe, and I'm here on behalf of the Washington State Association of Counties in opposition to this bill. And our opposition is not necessary with regard to the policy, but to the fiscal impact it will have on counties. The bill requires counties to establish and pay for these community oversight boards, and these are new entities. The cost includes not only payment for the board members, but things that you might not think about, like the space for their meetings, supplies, support, the collection and maintenance of public records, which you know is expensive, and also training. This falls squarely within the unfunded mandate statute, as Sanjay, sorry, it's late, stated earlier, and that statute provides that the legislature shall not impose responsibility for new programs or increased levels of service on counties without fully reimbursing them for those costs. And so counties oppose the new or expanded local responsibilities that are not fully funded, and ask that if you choose to enact this new policy, you fund it and don't pass the cost down to the counties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. Rep. Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Busey, welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kelly Busey. I'm the Chief of Police for the City of Gig Harbor. I come before you today in opposition of House Bill 1203 regarding law enforcement community oversight boards. Before I talk about the fiscal impacts of these boards, let's start with the proposal that a community oversight board can receive citizen complaints or begin inquiries on their own initiative. The board could conduct investigations, hold hearings, subpoena officers, and be present at crime scenes. All of these acts will consume money that would be better utilized in other ways, such as behavioral health or enhanced treatment programs. The bill itself promotes a board makeup of people who have had a negative experience with law enforcement. If one of my officers is subject to one of these investigations, I must usually place that officer in a non-operational position or make allowances for them to attend an untold number of hearings. I have not the time, the staffing, nor the budgeted funds available for what appears to be a free-for-all of scrutiny of the officers by a group whose makeup is presumptively slanted against law enforcement. The cost in personnel hours alone to accommodate this board is prohibitive without state funding. This bill is just one piece of legislation that is a part of a cumulative effort to punish law enforcement under the guise of reform. I urge you to instead to pursue methods of transparency in law enforcement that make fiscal and practical sense. Continue to work with the law enforcement community that is poised to address problems in this area. Pay attention to the positive and cooperative methods that WASPIC is suggesting. I know there are several sponsors of this bill on this. Certainly. Please do not frame this expensive legislation with a hidden agenda that creates an open season on law enforcement at great taxpayer expense simply for false appearance of police reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Rep. Macri?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to call up Samuel Martin and Monisha Harrell, followed by Michael Transu.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Welcome, Samuel. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you so much. My name is Samuel Martin, and I'm here on behalf of Washington for Black Lives. Research shows that law enforcement has not held itself accountable when disciplining officers for police misconduct. This is fundamentally wrong. Members of our community deserve a system that allows for their issues to be heard, not unlike this very forum. In some cities within our states, upwards of 90% of police misconduct goes unpunished. This is unacceptable. That's why Substitute House Bill 1203 is the right start to create a mechanism for civilian issues to be heard and rectified. The current cost to the state would be minimal, and it would help gather more data to complete the tapestry of police misconduct and discipline within our state. We ask that local jurisdictions reallocate money in their current budget, which doesn't require them to find new money to fund oversight boards. We know that we spend hundreds of millions of dollars on policing in our state, and we believe that local jurisdictions can find the money to be able to adequately fund and support these oversight boards. Frankly, there are countless people who've been victimized or killed by the police, and their families got little justice or accountability. Board members would also receive training on police protocol and anti-bias training. This will go hand in hand to help board members make these important decisions. We urge you to help shift the balance of power back into the hands of the communities and vote yes on Substitute House Bill 1203. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Rep. Macri?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Monisha, welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Monisha Harrell. I'm the board chair of Equal Rights Washington. Substitute House Bill 1203 represents deep conversation and collaboration with all stakeholders, community, law enforcement, local governments, and impacted family members. Government agents have the ability to take life and liberty from the communities they serve. Those communities deserve a voice in how they are policed. This very reasonable investment in the CJTC will save the state resources, money, time, and lives. The brilliance of this bill is that it provides oversight at the local level with local context and understanding. That's exactly what you want in a bill like this. It encourages law enforcement to work directly with their communities in a very real way. If we are looking for proactive solutions, Substitute House Bill 1203 is it. Please pass Substitute House Bill 1203 out of appropriations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Harrell. Rep. Macri?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Michael Transu.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for the misfire on the mute button. I am still Michael Transu, and I'm still here representing the 3,200 members of the Washington Fraternal Order of Police. We're here tonight testifying as other on House Bill 1203 for the following reasons. We support the provisions of subsection 3, sub 2, sub F regarding a community oversight board's authority to participate, contribute, engage in, and make recommendations on peace officer and agency policies, practices, and procedures, and its ability to participate and make recommendations in the hiring of a police chief or a sheriff, and to produce the reports, et cetera, that are in that section. We have supported and welcome that perspective and input at the local level, and think it is absolutely necessary in helping rebuild the trust and confidence as between peace officers and the communities which they serve. I think you've heard us talk about in the past that we firmly believe that we gain our authority from the communities we serve, and the community's engagement is absolutely critical. We could support an audit function like that in section 3 sub 2 sub G, so long as it is structured a little bit like House Bill 1089 is on the procedural compliance audits of local governments. We are opposed, however, to section 3's provisions regarding a community oversight board's ability to investigate, make recommendations on discipline, to hold hearings, and to issue subpoenas on its own accord. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and look forward to working with the prime sponsor in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Transu. Rep. Macri?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are all the testifiers we have this evening.
Thank you very much. That will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1203. We'll now proceed to a staff briefing on Substitute House Bill 1219 from Ms. Walker and Ms. Lewis. Good evening.
Thank you, Chair Ormsby, members of the committee. Good evening. For the record, Ingrid Lewis, staff to the Civil Rights and Judiciary Committee, speaking to you on Substitute House Bill 1219, which concerns children and dependencies and appointment of counsel. By way of background, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, or DCYF, may petition in court alleging that a child should be a dependent of the state due to abuse, neglect, or because there is no parent, guardian, or custodian capable of adequately caring for the child. In dependency proceedings, the DCYF is represented by an Assistant Attorney General, and parents and guardians have the right to counsel, and if indigent, they have the right to counsel appointed by the court. Whether or not a court appoints an attorney for a child in a dependency proceeding depends upon the age of the child, the stage of the proceeding, and is in most cases a matter of court discretion as outlined in the bill analysis. The only time appointment is mandatory is 6 months after granting a petition to terminate the parent and child relationship when there is no remaining parent with parental rights, and when a child is in the extended foster care program. The Office of Civil Legal Aid, or OCLA, is responsible for the implementation and administration of state money appropriated for the appointment of an attorney following termination of parental rights. The OCLA enters into contracts with attorneys and agencies for the provision of such services. Subject to the availability of funding, Substitute House Bill 1219 would require the courts to appoint an attorney to represent children who are alleged dependent. For children ages 8 to 17, mandatory appointment for new dependency petitions would occur at or before the commencement of the shelter care hearing. For any pending or open dependency case where the child's unrepresented, mandatory appointment for children in this age group would occur at or before the next hearing. For children 0 to 7, mandatory appointment would occur upon the filing of a termination petition as opposed to 6 months post-filing of a termination petition as it currently occurs. In addition, provisions related to the mandatory appointment of counsel for youth in the extended foster care program are modified to provide that, subject to amounts appropriated, the state pays the cost of legal services provided by an attorney appointed pursuant to a phase-in schedule. Mandatory appointment is to be phased in on a county-by-county basis over a 6-year period, again as outlined in the bill analysis, beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending with full statewide implementation by January 1st, 2027. Priority must be given to counties that have no current practice of appointment of attorneys in dependency cases or that have a significant prevalence of racial disproportionality or disparities in the number of dependent children compared to the population. Substitute House Bill 1219 also establishes the statewide children's legal representation program within OCLA. The program would be responsible for the development of the phase-in schedule, as well as the recruitment, contracting, training, and oversight of attorneys providing representation. Other provisions in the bill include a requirement that the Washington State Center for Court Research convene stakeholders to identify relevant outcome measures and data collection methods to effectively assess the number of youth subject to the phase-in and the short and long-term impact of standards-based legal representation on case outcomes, as well as a request to the Supreme Court's Children's Representation Work Group to review and update the standards of practice, caseload limits, and training guidelines developed and adopted by the last work group, which was last updated in 2010. That concludes my remarks on the policy, and I will now be turning it over to Ms. Walker for a summary of fiscal impacts.
Thank you.
Again, I'm Yvonne Walker, staff to this committee. As Ingrid mentioned, the bill requires mandatory counsel for children in dependency proceedings to be appointed on a phase-in county by county basis over the next 6 years. We have requested a fiscal note, but a final one has not yet been received. However, based upon the partial fiscal note that is in EBB, this bill will have a fiscal impact of $3.5 million in the 21-23 biennium and $14.9 million in the subsequent 23-25 biennium. The Attorney General's office assumes a fiscal impact of $1 million in the 21-23 biennium since the AG represents DCYF in dependency proceedings. The Office of Public Defense assumes a $19,000 fiscal cost in the same biennium, as OPD assumes that the expanded representation for children in trial court would increase the number of appeals by children or children responding to appeals by their parents. The largest impact will be to the Office of Civil Legal Aid of $2 million in the 21-23 biennium and $11.5 million in the subsequent biennium. Under the bill, OCLA is responsible for the development of the phase-in schedule, as well as contracting with attorneys and agencies for the provision of legal services, as well as training and oversight of attorneys providing representation under the Children's Legal Representation Program. Utilizing the 60 caseload standard to each attorney, the Office of Civil Legal Aid assumes that the requested funding will cover 70 additional contract attorneys, support staff, travel, as well as training. That concludes my presentation. We'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you both very much. Do we have any questions for Ms. Lewis or Ms. Walker? I don't see any questions. Thank you both very much. We'll now go to public testimony on 1219. Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to call up Dre Thornock, Megan Valentine, Adam Ballout.
Oh, excuse me, Representative Macri. I have jumped the gun because I completely, complete oversight on my part because the prime sponsor is among us. And I would like to invite Representative Frank to offer some brief introductory remarks on the appointment of counsel for youth in dependency court proceedings. Representative Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll make it very quick. Just to put it in layman's terms, this is about children coming into the foster care system, and this bill is about better outcomes for those children in foster care. I should say, for the record, I'm State Representative Noelle Frame from the 36th District. For context, 4 years ago, I came before this committee as a bright, shiny freshman with a bill that I brought from my heart as a former foster parent to 2 kids in my own family. The message from this committee at that time was this was good policy with a good size price tag, and you need to go find the data and prove the efficacy of the program before we make the investment. I did that with former Representative Jay Rodney as my co-sponsor and went forth with his seatmate, former Representative Paul Graves, to do a pilot project. And I am here to tell you that we have the data. It works. This pilot project in Lewis and Grant counties tells us that kids spend 22% less time in the foster care system. And when they get permanent placement, they're more likely to be with their family. So, Mr. Chair, I think there will be cost savings. That is not reflected in the fiscal note, unfortunately, but I think there will be as kids spend less time in care. And on the fiscal, I will just share that we already spend this amount of money, if not more, on representation for parents, which they already have that right. This puts the kids whose very lives are affected by these decisions in court on a level playing ground. So with that, I am open to questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you, Representative Frame, and please forgive my oversight. Representative Macri, sorry for the interruption.
Not at all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Calling Dre Thornock, Megan Valentine, Adam Ballout, Sam Martin. And yeah, I think Sam, did you find him? Yeah, okay, great. And Dre, you can begin.
Thank you. I'm Dre Thornock. I'm an enrolled member of the Tulalip Tribes. Today, I am here as a chapter leader representing the Mockingbird Society. Today, I asked the committee to vote in favor of Substitute House Bill 1219. I would like to begin by sharing a little of my personal experience in regards to legal representation and why it's so important for foster care youth to have adequate legal representation. As a younger child, when I entered care, I was not provided legal representation, and because of that, my rights under the Indian Child Welfare Act were violated. The results were that I was placed in a non-tribal home away from my family, community, and culture. After years passed and being placed back into the system, I was enrolled in extended foster care. I've been provided with an attorney who not only helps me to interpret laws and codes, she also has helped with finding resources that I can utilize. Most importantly, my attorney has been one of few adults that I can rely on to advocate for me. Had she been appointed to me earlier in my life, so much trauma could have been avoided. My story is one of many. So many other foster care youth have missed their chance to stay with family simply because they didn't know that was an option. Our voices deserve to be heard in the process that determines where we'll live. Once again, I urge the committee to vote in favor of Substitute House Bill 1219.
Thank you, Mr. Thornock. Rep. Macri?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Megan, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Megan Valentine. I'm a foster youth attorney and a pilot project attorney in Lewis County. I strongly support Substitute House Bill 1219. This bill funds OCLA to oversee all foster youth attorneys the same way the state already does through OPD for parents attorneys at all case stages. This structure will ensure uniform oversight, training, and compensation for foster youth attorneys. It provides equity for foster youth by requiring representation for youth that have no attorney just because of the county where their case was filed. Foster youth attorneys also frequently work out of local law offices, which means the largest portion of this partial fiscal note will go to support small businesses. The bill expands when attorneys are automatically appointed for foster youth. There are many circumstances where a youth cannot advocate for themselves or have legal questions. Having an attorney who's an expert in the law protects youth's legal rights and gives them a voice in court. And it may be surprising, but there's a lot a lawyer can do representing a young child too. Attorney representation of foster youth at any age and every stage improves outcomes for youth, and every foster youth deserves a lawyer.
Thank you very much, Ms. Valentine. Representative Macri?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Adam, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Ormsby and representatives. My name is Adam Balut. I've been an attorney through the Office of Public Defense for the last 13 years. During that time, I've been able to witness the Office of Public Defense rollout of parents' representation statewide and witnessed cost savings to the state, but also improved outcomes. And I have no doubt that the OCLA rollout for this bill will do the same. Children's attorneys are the only ones at council table that are voicing what the child is saying and asking for, and that role cannot be replaced. There's constitutional rights at stake, and having a child's voice is critical. In terms of ending justice by geography, this bill will do that and will go a long way towards making sure that children's rights are protected. You'll be helping a lot of children with passage of this bill. As foster care youth, they are less likely to graduate high school than all other youth. That includes homeless youth. So this is an incredibly critical population that we have to support. 22% of these cases are ending quicker with attorneys appointing. So I strongly urge you to vote yes for House Bill 1219. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balut. Representative Macri?
Thank you. And Samuel, welcome back.
Yes, long time no see, members of the committee. Thank you, Mr.
Welcome back.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sam Martin, and I'm wearing a different hat and representing the Mockingbird Society right now. Research supports that early appointment of qualified attorneys reduces time to permanency and increases reunification with family and kinship placements. We know this can translate into real savings for the state, especially when foster care can cost up to $12,000 a month. You can't put a price tag on family connection and keeping children in their community. Attorneys play a different and unique role from CASA or anyone else in the court. There's no substitute for their role in representing a child's legal and stated interest in court. They are bound by professional ethics, rules, and standards, and can advise children of their legal rights, helping them make more informed decisions about the case. Young people have been advocating for this issue for 15 years, and this body has told youth and children in foster care that it's too expensive to protect their interest in the very system that takes them from their families, particularly Black, Indigenous, and other Brown people. I would know because I was one of those kids. I lobbied for this when I was 17. I've had time to grow up, graduate college twice, and become a lobbyist back in this very state, and we're still trying to make this happen. So please, I urge you all to please vote yes on Substitute House Bill 1219.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Representative Macri?
Those are all the testifiers we have on this bill.
Okay, thank you. So that will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1219. And we'll now get a staff briefing on Substitute House Bill 1220 from Ms. Allison and Ms. Van Horn. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Elizabeth Allison, staff to the Local Government Committee. For you is Substitute House Bill 1220, an act relating to supporting emergency shelters and housing through local planning and development regulations. The bill makes changes to the planning goals of the Growth Management Act, as well as to the housing element of the comprehensive plans under the Growth Management Act. Briefly, the Growth Management Act, or the GMA, is the state's comprehensive land use planning framework for counties and cities. The GMA establishes land use designation and environmental protection requirements for all Washington counties and cities, and a wider array of planning duties for counties and the cities within that fully plan under the GMA due to population-based criteria or by choice. Fully planning jurisdictions are required to adopt internally consistent comprehensive plans that are generalized, coordinated land use policy statements, and comprehensive plans must include specific planning elements such as a housing element, a land use element, and a utilities element, for example, each of which is a subset of the comprehensive plan. The housing element of the comprehensive plan must include an inventory and analysis of existing and projected housing needs that identifies the number of housing units necessary to manage projected growth, a statement of goals, policies, objectives, and mandatory provisions for the preservation, improvement, and development of housing, including single-family residences, identification of sufficient land for housing, which includes government-assisted housing, housing for low-income families, manufactured housing, multifamily housing, and group homes and foster care facilities, and adequate provisions for existing and projected needs of all economic segments of the community. The GMA also establishes a list of goals and policies to guide the development of comprehensive plans. Examples include urban growth, housing, and economic development goals. Substitute House Bill 1220 changes the housing goal to provide that jurisdictions plan for and accommodate rather than encourage the availability of affordable housing. It changes the housing element to require the Department of Commerce to provide the inventory and analysis of existing and projected housing needs, and the inventory and analysis must identify units for moderate, low, very low, and extremely low income households, as well as emergency housing, emergency shelters, and permanent supportive housing. The bill makes a variety of changes to the housing element, including requiring jurisdictions to do the following: include moderate density housing options in addition to single family residences in the housing element statement of goals, policies, objectives, and mandatory provisions. In addition to identifying sufficient land for the various housing types, identify zoning capacities for housing, including moderate, low, very low, and extremely low income households, as well as emergency housing, emergency shelters, and permanent supportive housing. Incorporate special consideration for low, very low, extremely low, and moderate income households when making adequate provisions for existing and projected housing needs. Document programs and actions needed to achieve housing availability, including gaps in state and local funding, barriers such as development regulations, and other limitations. Consider housing locations in relation to employment location. Consider the role of accessory dwelling units in meeting housing needs. Identify local policies and regulations that result in racially disparate impacts, displacement, and exclusion in housing. identify areas with high risk of displacement from market forces that occur with changes to zoning development regulations and capital investments, and establish anti-displacement policies with consideration given to investments in low, very low, extremely low, and moderate income housing. Additionally, the bill prohibits cities from prohibiting emergency housing, permanent supportive housing, or emergency shelters in zones where short-term rentals are allowed. And finally, cities and counties are encouraged to consider policies encouraging the construction of accessory dwelling units as a way to meet affordable housing goals, and examples of such policies are provided. This concludes my remarks, and I'll hand it over to Jessica Van Horn for discussion of the fiscal impacts.
Thank you.
Good evening. Once again, Jessica Van Horn, staff to this committee. A partial fiscal note for Substitute House Bill 1220 is available in your EBB. The Department of Commerce estimates costs of $165,000 general fund state per fiscal year, beginning in fiscal year 22. These costs are for an additional staff person to provide the inventory and analysis of existing and projected housing needs for a county or city planning under the Growth Management Act. This was a duty that was previously conducted by cities or counties who are doing planning, so this would be a new responsibility for the department. And Commerce would need to assist the 28 counties and 214 cities that fully plan under the Growth Management Act. For local governments, an updated fiscal note is not yet available. However, based on the original fiscal note, local governments that fully plan under the Growth Management Act would incur indeterminate expenditures. First, local governments would incur costs to update the housing elements of their comprehensive plans to consider impacts on moderate and low-income housing, as well as racially disparate impacts and displacement. The next planning cycle for the GMA starts in fiscal year 24 and ends in fiscal year 27, so counties and cities would need to update those elements by that point. And the cost would vary by jurisdiction. A range given in the fiscal note is between $50,000 to $200,000 per jurisdiction to update elements. Second, local governments would incur costs to amend ordinances and regulations to allow emergency housing, permanent supportive housing, and shelters in zones where those uses were previously disallowed. The cost of drafting and passing ordinances can vary from $500 to $8,200, depending on their complexity. So a range would be $121,000 to $1.9 million for cities and counties. Finally, local governments are encouraged to adopt policies to encourage the construction of accessory dwelling units. This is a voluntary activity, so costs would not necessarily need to be incurred, but a local government, if they chose to do so, would incur costs to amend ordinances and regulations. And that concludes my remarks.
Well, thank you both very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Allison or Ms. Van Horn? Representative Paulette.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you. And if the Department of Commerce is taking on the technical challenge and assistance to do the housing forecast by economic sector, affordability, income sector, I should say, isn't that a significant cost savings for the counties and jurisdictions planning?
I think it would reflect a savings from sort of the baseline. However, I do think there would also be an increase to counties and cities because there are these additional duties and requirements for the housing elements. So it's unclear like how those two aspects would level out. So they would see some savings because the technical work would be at Commerce, but they would also see costs because there are these new requirements for the housing element. So very indeterminate is the answer.
Thank you.
Magic 8 Ball says indeterminate. Thank you.
Yeah. Any additional questions for our OPR policy and fiscal analysts? Seeing none, thank you both very much, and we'll now proceed to public testimony on Substitute House Bill 1220. Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to call up Bryce Yadon, Michelle Thomas, and Carl Schrader.
Good evening and welcome.
Chair, members of the committee, Bryce Yadon here on behalf of FutureWise, testifying in support of House Bill 1220. The history of land use is based on exclusion and exclusion based on race and income. This legislation works to address that history and requires cities to address the policies and regulations still in place today based on that history of exclusion. We support and ask to fund the work for local jurisdictions to review and revise the policies that resulted and have result in exclusion and racially disparate impacts. We have a housing and homelessness crisis, and this legislation requires local jurisdictions to plan specifically for low, very low, and extremely low income housing options. It also provides that local jurisdictions adequately plan for emergency housing, emergency shelters, and permanent supportive housing, all things that every jurisdiction should be planning for and be allowing within their jurisdictions. I think in closing, I will say that much to what Representative Paulette said, I think there are some ins and outs we have to follow through with on the fiscal note to make sure that we are fully funding the cities to do this work, but also taking into account some of the work we've shifted over to the state side. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayden. Representative Macri, are we good? Who do we need?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have Michelle Thomas followed by Carl Schrader.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michelle Thomas with the Washington Low Income Housing Alliance, here to testify pro in House Bill 1220. Sections 3 and 4 of this bill are absolutely critical if our state is going to continue to make progress on alleviating our affordable housing and homelessness crisis. Obstacles or outright bans on affordable housing and shelter capacity impact communities of color, particularly Black and Indigenous people who experience homelessness and housing insecurity at disproportionate rates. Sections 3 and 4 cost no money to the state or local governments, but will result in efficient use of state investments in affordable housing and homelessness. Development obstacles cost time and cost money and cause inefficiencies that delay state investments from getting into our communities. Zoning and development barriers have been used to exclude categories of people from our communities for far too long. Now is the time to pass and fund Substitute House Bill 1220. Thank you so much for hearing it tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Ormsby, members of the committee. Carl Schrader with the Association of Washington Cities here, signed in other on this bill. There's a lot of really good stuff in this. We wholeheartedly support, for instance, the racial equity zoning review. I think it's time to do that. Some of those impacts have echoed for many, many decades, and doing that work is important. A number of the other changes in Section 2, we're supportive of Section 2. It does tell us to plan for the necessary shelter supply and then provide zoning capacity for it. But then in Section 3 and 4 says, well, that planning doesn't matter. You need to authorize this specifically where short-term rentals are allowed. So our concerns with the bill lie with Section 3 and 4 and the breadth and expansiveness of that mandatory zoning requirement. We've been working with sponsors, proponents to try to find alternatives that would meet everyone's needs, have not yet gotten there yet. We continue to work towards that. In terms of the fiscal impact, as I mentioned yesterday on the other GMA bills, we've been doing a lot of work to evaluate prior cost and projected costs for updated elements, et cetera. We look at this as an update to the housing element, a complex one. It adds planning requirements for moderate density housing, work on land identification and zoning, the racial impacts analysis that I talked about, and displacement planning. So as we have done that analysis, we're looking at a $50,000 to $100,000 per jurisdiction that is covered by this.
Mr. Schrader?
Yep, 217 cities, 10.8 million to 21.7 million spread over 2 biennium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader. Representative Macri?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are all the testifiers we have on this bill this evening.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. That will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1220. And we'll now proceed to a staff briefing on Substitute House Bill 1348. And I believe we may have Mr. Murashima joining Ms. Morris for a staff briefing.
Good evening. For the record, Jim Morishima, staff to the Healthcare and Wellness Committee. Substitute House Bill 1348 deals with Medicaid eligibility for incarcerated persons. Federal law currently prohibits Medicaid benefits from being provided to incarcerated persons, except for certain inpatient services. Currently, state law requires an incarcerated person's Medicaid status to be suspended rather than terminated while they are in confinement. Substitute House Bill 1348 prohibits an incarcerated person's Medicaid status from being changed for the first 29 days of confinement. A person who is not enrolled in Medicaid upon incarceration may apply for Medicaid during the first 29 days, On the 30th day of confinement, the person's Medicaid benefits will be suspended, just as it is under current law. That concludes my remarks, and I'll turn it over to Megan for a discussion of the fiscal impact.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Megan Morris, staff to the committee. There is a fiscal note in the EBB on the original version of the bill. The fiscal impact is indeterminate, but would include IT changes for both local jails and the Healthcare Authority, annual premium costs, and the costs for amending rules, contracts, waivers, and the state plan. Most Medicaid premiums are already accounted for under the current system, but if a person is incarcerated later in the month and HCA waits 30 days to suspend coverage, HCA would pay month 1 and month 2, regardless of the duration of the client's incarceration, versus the status quo where HCA only pays the first month's premium because suspension is immediate. And that concludes our remarks.
Thank you both very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Murashima or Ms. Morris? Seeing none, thank you both very much. And we'll now proceed to public testimony. Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to call in Juliana Rowe, Bob Cooper, and Sanjay Walkabar.
Thank you. Good evening. Please proceed, Mr.
Chair. For the record, Bob Cooper here on behalf of the National Association of Social Workers State Chapter. And I signed in other only because I think the bill doesn't go far enough, but we do fully support the bill. And I would ask that staff change the designation on my sign in to pro. We do want people to have access to medical and behavioral health care when they're released, not a day or two or a week later. And the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, told states all the way back in 2004 that you don't have to change anyone's status when they're incarcerated. You just can't bill Medicaid during that time. And I understand that there is now legislation at the federal level that with an 1115 waiver, you might be able to bill Medicaid for some services while still incarcerated. That CMS letter from 2004 said that the payment exclusion under Medicaid that relates to individuals residing in public institutions does not affect eligibility of an individual. And that's a quote. It says individuals who meet the requirements for eligibility may be enrolled in the program before, during, and after the time in which they are held involuntarily in secure custody. So you can probably take away some of the cost of this bill and just don't suspend people at all. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Rep. Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Juliana, hello.
Hello again, Juliana Rowe, Washington State Association of Counties, and I'm excited to be testifying in favor of this bill. If the waiver is granted in this bill, the potential is great for two reasons. It allows those who are in jail in pretrial status who have not yet been found guilty of a crime to maintain their Medicaid benefits for that first 30 days of their stay. And this is significant because 80% of those in jail pretrial are there for an average of 25 days. And this is something we've been lobbying for at the federal level as well. This bill provides counties with the potential to save a significant amount of money in healthcare costs. In terms of numbers, 50% have serious chronic health conditions, 65% have major mental health conditions, 53% have substance use issues, and 49% have coexisting mental health and substance use conditions. So we're hopeful that you will continue this bill right along. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe.
Sanjay, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Ormsby and members of the committee. Still Sanjay Walvakar, Deputy Policy Director with the Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs. Very happy to be testifying in strong support of this bill. Sheriffs and police chiefs in our communities have an interest in ensuring the successful re-entry of folks who find themselves in our jails. We see this bill as an additional tool to ensure that those who need care receive that care. I won't belabor the point. We strongly encourage you to move this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is all the testifiers we have on this one.
Thank you very much. So that will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1348. And before we proceed with the staff briefing on the next bill, I just wanted to give Representative Chandler a heads up that Representative Dent's bill is the one that we'll be briefing next. So I'd like to ask to get a staff briefing from Mr. Hatfield and Mr. Jones concerning noxious weeds.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Rob Hatfield, staff to the Rural Development, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Committee. I'll brief you on the policy side of Substitute House Bill 1355, and Dan Jones will address the fiscal side. Substitute House Bill 1355 would make a number of changes to the statutes related to weed boards and to weed districts. For a very brief background, every county in the state has the authority to activate a county weed board. In addition to the individual county weed boards, there's also a state noxious weed board. And the general purpose of weed boards, as well as the purpose of weed districts, is to control the spread of noxious weeds. So turning to the bill before you, at the state board level, changes will be made with regard to the number of technical advisory members on the board and the term of office for members of the board. A number of actions that the Department of Agriculture currently can take on a discretionary basis based on the input of the state weed board would be changed to mandatory. At the county weed board level, changes are made to the operation of those county weed boards, including the composition of the weed boards, the length of the time that the county legislative authority has to make an appointment to the weed board, and also the authority of the weed boards to appoint members to make a quorum. For any state lands that are within the jurisdiction of a county weed board, the county must determine the assessment the land will be liable for if it were in private ownership. That assessment then must be presented to the appropriate state agency and must be paid by the state agency. The weed board assessment rate for land classified as right-of-way must be based on center line miles. Similarly, for weed districts, whenever any state lands are within a weed district, the county treasurer must forward to the appropriate state agency a payment showing, or forward for payment, a statement showing the assessment the lands will be liable for if they were in private ownership. County weed boards and weed districts will be added to the list of assessing districts that may levy assessments and charges on state lands. State agencies must appoint a liaison whose duties include serving as a common point of contact for all weed boards. And finally, forest landowners must control and prevent the spread of all Class B and Class C noxious weeds on the county list within 1,000 feet of adjacent land uses, within 25 feet of all privately owned roads, and within 200 feet of navigable rivers, gravel pits, log yards, and staging areas. Mr. Chair, it's all I have on the policy side. I will turn over to Dan for the fiscal side.
Thank you.
Dan Jones, committee staff. There are several agencies with costs in the fiscal note, and they vary slightly which parts of the bill are expected to create costs. First, there's the language that requires state agencies to pay county weed control assessments at the same rate as if they were private lands, as well as the expanded definition of what types of lands are subject to the assessments, and that would impact the Department of Transportation. Their fiscal note is indeterminate, but they estimate around $40,000 per year in weed assessment costs. DOT also assumes that they would need to hire several FTEs to figure out where DOT owns property that is subject to the different weed assessments. That would be for 2 years at a cost of $270,000 per year. State Parks also has an indeterminate fiscal note for their weed assessments, but they have a rough estimate of around $50,000 per year. Other agencies either didn't have an estimate or didn't assume an impact from the weed assessments. The Department of Natural Resources was the final agency with estimated costs. That's mostly from the additional requirements for forest land owners to control weeds, which DNR assumes would require 1.2 FTEs, spray equipment, and contracts with the Washington Conservation Corps or another group. DNR also assumes they would hire 1 FTE for the requirement to have a weed liaison at the agency, although other agencies assume that they would do that with existing staff. DNR's total assumed costs are about $750,000 per biennium, and that's from a mix of their dedicated land management accounts. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions for Mr. Hatfield or Mr. Jones? No question. Thank you both very much. And would like to invite the prime sponsor, Representative Dent, to give very brief remarks on your bill and concerning weed. Mr. Representative Dent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for hearing this bill tonight. My name is Tom Dent, and state representative from the 13th District. We've worked on this bill for approximately 2 years with many stakeholders, from county assessors and auditors to county commissioners. We've had many of our weed board employees involved, as well as agriculture producers. We've consulted with the forest landowner folks and worked hard to find a balance in our noxious weed laws. It's important to control our noxious weeds for a couple of reasons, and I'll just highlight here is number one, noxious weeds get into some of our crops. It usually takes away their ability to export those crops. And because the state of Washington is the most trade dependent state of the nation, maintaining our export status is important. The number two thing, some of those weeds out there are poisonous and they get in the wrong place, and then we work on our livestock, from horses to cattle and whatever else is out there, and we can lose them. So it was real important that we worked up and cleaned up these laws. I feel like we've done a great job with these folks and with hours and hours of working on this bill. So I do appreciate you hearing it, and I'm asking y'all for a yes vote, and I'd be glad to answer any questions. And before I go further, I had just taken my tie off when Representative Chandler sent me a text, so I apologize for not having my tie on.
Well, I think we forgive it on this day at this hour, but let's not let that happen again, Representative Dent. Are there any questions of our prime sponsor? Thank you for joining us at this hour, Representative Dent. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Representative Macri, public testimony on Substitute House Bill 1355.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one testifier this evening, Mary Tallman Fee.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello.
There, you can see me too. Hi, I'm Mary Fee, Executive Secretary of the Washington State Noxious Weed Control Board, and I'm testifying on behalf of, in support of Substitute House Bill 1355. Man, it is late. Holy cow. The changes to RCW 1710 in this bill are primarily technical changes and clarifications. RCW 1710 gives county weed boards two different funding mechanisms to best meet the needs of their county budgets, assessments and general funding. 26 counties have opted for assessments, many of which have been utilizing assessments since their county noxious weed boards were activated. Even now, most state agencies continue to pay their noxious weed assessments. Substitute House Bill 1355 clarifies the noxious weed special assessment and the state agencies' responsibility to pay this. This is not a new assessment, just a clarification of an existing assessment. The onus is on the counties to assess these parcels of land and not on state agencies. The bill adds the appointment of agency liaisons that serve as a point of contact for county noxious weed boards. The intent was not to create new positions within the agencies, but rather maintain existing communications between state agencies and local noxious weed control boards. Currently, RCW 1710 does require control of Class A and B designated noxious weed species through the entirety of forest land parcels, utilizing existing equipment and staff. This bill adds control of Class B and C selected noxious weed species in very select areas such as log yards, gravel pits, and buffers along roads and rivers. Again, the forest landowners are already required to control Class A and B designate weeds in these areas. We're just adding Class B and C selects in specific areas. The cost of noxious weed control is far less than the cost of the detriment that the noxious weeds cause to crops, livestock, wildlife, and human health. In conclusion, again, I want to thank you and reiterate the Washington State Noxious Weed Control Board's support for Substitute House Bill 1355. And I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tallman-Fee. Representative Macri, does that conclude folks wishing to testify? Excellent. So that will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1355. And we'll now go to a staff briefing on House Bill 1357. I'd like to hear from Ms. Morell and Mr. Zolli. Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Jason Zolli, OPR staff to the State Government and Tribal Relations Committee. Substitute House Bill 1357 concerns the voters' pamphlets for overseas and military voters. As background, the Secretary of State's office creates a voters' pamphlet for state candidates and state ballot measures. Up until July 1st of this year, counties, first-class cities, and code cities are permitted to produce a local voters pamphlet. Beginning on July 1st of this year, it's actually required for them to do so. Some of the counties and cities have entered into an agreement with the Secretary of State such that the local content is put in the statewide voters pamphlet. So the voters in those jurisdictions get just one big pamphlet. Under current law, the Secretary of State must distribute the statewide voters pamphlet to each household in the state, as well as public libraries and other locations that they deem appropriate. And the pamphlets are also made available online. The local pamphlets are also sent to every residence in the jurisdiction that's included in the pamphlet. This bill adds, the substitute bill, adds that the overseas and service voters may request that statewide and local pamphlets be sent to them by mail. The pamphlets must be sent at the same time as the ballot or as soon as practicable. And for overseas and service voters, that's at least 45 days before the election. Also, the Office of Financial Management does fiscal impact statements for ballot measures as part of the state pamphlet. The substitute bill changes the deadline for them from August 10th to July 15th. And there is a null and void clause in the bill. And with that, I'll turn it to Linda for the fiscal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair. For the record, again, Linda Morell, staff to this committee. There is a fiscal note for the House bill on the EBB, and the fiscal note for the substitute is not yet available. However, we do have additional information from the Secretary of State that will be helpful in assessing the impact on the substitute. The Secretary of State's fiscal note for the underlying House bill was estimated at $1.8 million, not including indeterminate costs related to the reimbursement of local jurisdictions for election costs. These costs were driven by printing and distribution costs for sending voters pamphlets to overseas and military voters. They were estimated to be approximately $753,000 in fiscal year 22 and ongoing, not included related indirect costs. Under the substitute bill, the Secretary of State is no longer required to mail the pamphlets. County auditors, upon request from overseas and military voters, are responsible for distributing any local and state pamphlet. Under the substitute, the Secretary of State would need temporary staff to review and proof the pamphlets because of the deadline under the bill, as Jason mentioned, was moved up to July 15th from August 10th. Overall, the fiscal impacts for the substitute are reduced significantly from the $1.8 million original amount to approximately $70,000 general fund state for the biennium. There's also a fiscal note for local governments. There's an estimated 130,000 overseas and military voters, and the estimated cost to provide the local pamphlets is approximately $91,000 per year. Under the substitute, as I mentioned earlier, the county auditors are responsible for sending out both the state pamphlet and the local pamphlet at a request for by the overseas voters. According to the Secretary of State, those additional postage costs may be covered by the Federal Voting Assistance Program at the Department of Defense. It is not clear, however, whether or not there would be assistance with funding for both ballots and pamphlets. If those costs are not covered by federal dollars, they would be reimbursed by the state as part of the election costs. In that case, there would be some fiscal impact to the state, but it's indeterminate. Fiscal notes were also submitted by the Office of the Attorney General and the Office of Financial Management. They both indicated that there would be no fiscal impact. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you both very much. Are there any questions of Ms. Morell or Mr. Zolli? Seeing none, thank you both for the briefing. And we are joined this evening by the prime sponsor, Representative Mossberger. I'd like to invite you to give brief introductory remarks to your policy bill, Representative Mossberger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And for the record, State Representative Gina Mossberger from the 14th District. I think I can do this in under a minute. I'm very grateful for each of you serving on the Appropriations Committee into the late nights, because I spent the last couple of years in your chair, so I'm very thankful for that. This bill's simple. It just says that those heroes that are serving all of us and keeping us safe overseas should be able to get a voter's guide or a pamphlet with their ballot. I had some reach out to me and say that they got a nice ballot and they were very excited when they were serving in Afghanistan or Iraq, but they had no idea who to vote for. They didn't have access to internet where they could just pull it up online. And if they did, they chose to talk to their families and Skype with them instead because they had limited time. So as you saw the fiscal note 1 and fiscal note 2, we did a lot of work with the Secretary of State to get it down to very minimal. And that's the testimony you'll hear tonight from the Secretary of State. Again, my heart is with local government, who I try everything I can to never have unfunded mandates back to them. This bill allows the federal voting assistance program to be reimbursed, we think, back for any costs that they may incur. Again, I appreciate greatly you hearing this bill tonight. Thank you very much. And again, for serving on late night appropriations. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Mossbrucker. We missed your company in these late hours. Thank you for returning to introduce your bill. Any questions of the prime sponsor? Okay, thank you. Public testimony, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome Jay Jennings and Shane Inman.
Good evening.
Jay,
Who would you like to talk to first?
Mr. Inman, are you ready? Go right ahead.
Sure. Good evening. I want to preface the fact that if anybody says that our lawmakers don't work long hours, I'm testimony to prove that. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairs, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Shane Inman, and I represent the Veterans Legislative Coalition, also called the VLC. And on behalf of the veteran service organizations and the veterans of the state of Washington, we're in strong support of this bill. Having been deployed numerous times during election years myself and seeing firsthand the difficulties in processing and receiving appropriate information, and like a representative mentioned, the bill sponsor just a minute ago, a lot of times this limited access to most of the people that would vote. And when I found in 2004 was that 6 months after the election, there was pallets of ballots that we were finding coming onto the flight line. So seeing some progress going in getting us the information and getting us what we need is welcome. So I just want to once again, I think the bill is going in the right direction. We're in strong support of this bill, and I'm available for any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Inman. Appreciate that. Mr. Jennings.
Good evening, Chairman Ormsby, members of the committee. I'm Jay Jennings, Legislative Director for Secretary of State Kim Wyman. We enthusiastically support Substitute House Bill 1357 and commend sponsor Mossbrucker for her determination to ensure that military and overseas voters have timely access to the same information as domestic voters. We also thank the sponsor for working with us to create the substitute before you today. The result of that collaboration greatly reduces the cost of the proposal and provides more efficiency in reaching our mutual goal. The fiscal note on the original bill is not applicable to the substitute, and the substitute will have minimal cost to the state. And the counties will be reimbursed by the federal voting assistance program. So it's a win-win, and we urge you to move the substitute forward for the benefit of those uniformed and ununiformed women serving our great nation.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Representative Macri, how are we doing?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Those are the only testifiers we have on that bill this evening.
Thank you. So that will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on House Bill 1357. And before we proceed to our last bill for a hearing this evening, just like to remind the Democratic members of the committee that we'll be convening immediately following the conclusion of the hearing for caucus. And I think it probably just like to emphasize about it being in our collective interest for all of us to be able to be there. And with that, like to invite staff briefing on House Bill 1500, Mr. Mackeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, James Mackeson, staff to the committee. House Bill 1500 removes requirements related to audit findings of unpermitted uses of enrichment levy funds. As background, upon voter approval, school districts may collect local enrichment levies as a property tax. Enrichment levy collections are capped for school districts at the lesser of $2.50 per $1,000 of assessed property value in the district, or $2,500 per pupil increased for inflation, with districts larger than 40,000 students able to collect up to $3,000 per pupil. These levies must be used for enrichment beyond the state's program of basic education, for example, instructional offerings, staffing ratios, class sizes, and program components beyond what's included in the state program. Prior to asking voters to approve enrichment levies, districts must receive pre-approval from OSPI, the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction, of an expenditure plan that shows that enrichment revenues will be used only for permitted activities. The state auditor conducts periodic financial audits of school districts, and beginning in the 1920 school year, the auditor must review enrichment revenue expenditures to determine that school districts are complying with the permitted uses of enrichment funds. My understanding is that those audits are just getting underway. If there is an audit finding related to unpermitted uses, the auditor must notify the OSPI, the Office of Financial Management, and the legislature within 90 days of completing the audit. If the finding is not resolved by the next audit, then OSPI must reduce the district's enrichment levy collections by the non-compliant expenditure amount identified by the auditor. Now, turning to the bill, it removes two requirements related to school district audit findings that enrichment revenues are being used for unpermitted purposes. One, the auditor is not required to report the findings to the Superintendent of Public Instruction, OFM, and the legislature within 90 days of completion. And two, the superintendent is not required to reduce the maximum enrichment levies that can be collected by the expenditure amount identified by the auditor. There was no fiscal note requested on the bill. It wouldn't impact state expenditure or revenues or change the scopes of the audits themselves, though it could have an indeterminate impact on local revenues depending on the extent to which districts are not complying with the permitted enrichment uses as determined by the auditor. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Mackeson? I don't see any questions. I'd like to invite House Majority Leader Representative Sullivan to introduce his riveting piece of policy. Representative Sullivan.
And thanks for waiting to the last bill today, Mr. Chair. This was brought to me by a number of districts. You know, it's one thing to hold districts accountable for how they spend their levy dollars, but in current law, what would ultimately happen potentially is that money would be withheld from districts that would be used for student support programs. And I think that's wrong. You know, students have no say or little say in how districts spend that money. And, you know, the adults are the ones that should be held accountable, not the students. And so that's why I'm bringing forward this bill. And, you know, we need to find different ways to hold districts accountable. Ultimately, they'll be held accountable by their voters. The school board will be.
Thank you. Any questions for our prime sponsor, Representative Sullivan? Representative Macri, can we go to public testimony, please?
Sounds great, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to welcome in our last two testifiers for the evening, Grace Ewan and Barbara Posthumus.
Good evening and welcome. Thank you for your patience and forbearance.
Chair Ormsby and members of the committee, my name is Grace Yuan and I'm testifying on behalf of the School Alliance. In the new school funding system, districts must submit a plan for using enrichment levies. This plan must be approved by OSPI before the levy can be placed on the ballot. With this level of scrutiny and multiple safeguards, we would ask you to support House Bill 1500 and to delete the punitive language in the audit section. For example, Lake Stevens School District, who is a member of the Alliance, serves around 8,600 students. The district uses levies to fund multi-tiered systems of support, including social and emotional needs. Tier 3 students are those who are the furthest away from educational justice and may have experienced some traumas. To support these students, Lake Stevens has used levy dollars to hire mental health counselors, more nurses, and more paraprofessionals. The district has been told verbally that providing these programs, including the cost of materials, is a permissible use of levy dollars. But we cannot be certain that years down the road, the district will not be subject to backward-looking punishment. We should protect their futures. In the years to come, the students served by Lake Stevens schools and by many other districts should receive the education and the services that they deserve. Thank you for hearing our bill. The best is always the last.
Thank you, Ms. Yuan. Rep. Macri?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barbara, hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Again, many people have expressed this, but thank you for being here in this late evening. And my name is Barbara Posthumus, and I'm the Associate Superintendent of Business and Support Services for the Lake Washington School District. We're the second largest school district in the state. I'm representing my district in the School Alliance to support House Bill 1500. The bill deletes the provision that creates uncertainty and unnecessary penalties for school districts. School districts around the state are doing their best to manage the accounting for how enrichment levies are used, but there are still gaps in the implementation process. For example, districts have the legal and moral obligation to serve special education students, but the state only funds a portion of what it costs to educate our students. Last year, our district had to spend over $11 million in local levy dollars to fill the funding gap, and that gap continues to grow each year. And OSPI has told us that this is an improved use of these enrichment levies, but we don't know how our auditors will treat this until we go through several audit cycles. So the penalty provisions put us at risk for losing future funding if someone has a different interpretation. Taking away these necessary levy funds only creates uncertainty and harms students by preventing them from receiving the services they need. So please remove the harsh penalty provisions so districts can move forward with certainty. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for providing your testimony. So if I'm not mistaken, Representative Macri, that will conclude the public testimony and the public hearing on House Bill 1500. I'd like to remind Democratic members of the committee to join us in the caucus link that is in your calendar. Being no further business before the committee, I would just like to take a minute just to thank the staff that has made this committee run smoothly tonight and all nights, and for their work that continues well after we have concluded our day. So Democratic members, we'll see you in caucus. Being no further business before the committee, we are adjourned.